So now we will start the day with a keynote speech. It will be delivered by Professor Len Pritchett, and the moderator will be John Gibson, who is a professor of economics at the University of Waikato. So John is a development economist. His research is especially focused on poverty and the measurement of living standards in Asia and the Pacific. He obtained his PhD from the Food Research Institute of Stanford University. Among his many distinguished affiliations, I think the two that I want to read out are he's a non-resident visiting fellow at the ADBI, and he's editor-in-chief of the Asian Development Review. So John, I hand over to you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel. Good morning to everyone logging in from Asia. If you're in the Pacific, as I am, afternoon true. And if you're in the Americas, as Lant is, then good evening. And if anyone's logging in from Africa or Europe, then very late good evening. And thanks for staying up so late. Over the years, I've learned a huge amount from reading work from Lant Pritchett, some of it designed for researchers, such as an iterative approach to cost of basic needs poverty lines, eating like Witch Joneses, dealing with surveys which don't have expenditure data, such as DHS surveys, but some of it's also much broader and very thought-provoking, such as where did all the education go? And I suspect from today's title that this is going to be more of the broader, very thought-provoking topic. And so I won't subtract any more from Lant's time. I'll turn it over to him and I'll moderate the questions as they come in. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward very much to this opportunity to hear from and learn from Lant.
Okay, thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm very happy to be joining everyone remotely. I am very glad to hear Daniel give all those caveats. As John is right, I'm going to stake out a pretty radical, I think, position that the Millennium Development Goals very nearly destroyed the capacity to do development and to think about development, and that the SDGs are potentially able to save the original and important idea and correct ideas of development and bring the broader notion of development back onto the agenda. I'm going to share my screen with some slides. Everyone can see the slides? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Good. So I think I want to start from the idea that if we all agree on some comprehensive vision of improving human material well-being, so by human material well-being, I include in that the natural environment and its impact on humans, but judge from the point of view of human well-being, and I emphasize material well-being. I'm an economist. There are issues with human spiritual or other well-being aren't. But then even if we take a sort of broad goal and a comprehensive view of human well-being that's not strictly economistic, but can be a variety of different physical measures, there are three kind of distinct narratives of the means to those goals. The first is what I call the narrative of national development. And that narrative is the way in which human well-being is going to get better is that there's this thing called a country. And this country is going to become a more developed country by a fourfold transformation in which the country acquires a more productive economy, in which the country acquires a larger and more capable set of organizations capable of implementing reliably the rule of law and policies and sectoral goals. The country acquires a more responsive polity, meaning those who exercise sovereign power in the country are responsive to the needs and wishes of the citizens, and in which the country requires some degree of equality and social cohesion. I think the premise is these four elements of national development will endogenously, as a result of the natural operation of a system that has these four features, produce high levels of material well-being, and conversely, if not, that without national development, you can't really attain high levels of human well-being. that is the national development narrative. The second narrative is a sort of sector improvements, that high levels of human well-being are achieved by adopting technically correct policies. When by technically correct, it means they're based on a correct causal version from actions taken to outcomes desired, by then devoting adequate resources to implementing those policies, so concern about budgets and finance, and then creating the needed array of effective organizations for implementation, so the resources can be devoted to implementing with fidelity the correct policy. So this is the kind of sector approach where we think about education, health, justice, law enforcement, any of the array of activities that are kind of the way we think of sectors. And some amount of the sector improvement is the government serving as a direct producer provider. Some of it, the government is just in the background through their actions in the sector, creating the framework for the private sector to handle it. So this isn't a government-centric view necessarily. Could well be the housing is primarily provided by private constructors and there's a market, but the government plays some role in the housing sector in delineating policies about it. Then the final is that, human well-being is improved by sort of targeted programs or projects. And the narrative is mainly that the means are, targeted to improving the well-being of those less well-off, and that the assumption or narrative is the well-being of can be significantly improved even for a given level of national development and even for a given level of sector. You can significantly improve the well-being of the less well-off through inclusion or reducing or marginalization or reducing inequality. So my argument is that in the origins of the development process and the development agencies, which were really born out of the post-World War II global order, developing country governments have essentially always had national development as their vision, with sectors as a modality, meaning the sectors weren't necessarily the primary way in which things were going to be improved, but that through national development, that would lead to, again, endogenously, the sector improvements when needed. And so the developing country governments in the newly decolonialized and in the new sort of post-World War II global order took as their objective that their country would become a fully developed country in the fourfold transformation and a fully and equal partner in the global order. I feel the original development agencies and development endeavors were built around national development as their primary objective, and hence there was complete. Now, after the end of the Cold War, this consensus-ish fractured, in which the development agencies increasingly adopted other ideas and narratives of the way in which human well-being was going to be achieved, and began to emphasize less national development and more sectors, meaning that they thought autonomous improvements in the sectors were a possibility, and targeted programs. And that has increasingly become the case, such that increasingly the global discourse is less about economic growth, less about state capabilities broadly, less even about sectors, and more about targeted programs, particularly in what we can refer to as the North or the West or the traditionally developed economies. The advent of emphasis on targeted programs to address very narrow targets has become much more predominant as part of the development discourse. And in the even more recent discussion, global public goods have become the rationale for the existence of development organizations, completely, in some sense, foregoing the discussion of national development. Now, I think the MDGs, therefore, were, in my mind, a radically new thing in this space of development. And they were a huge radical gamble that basically lost across the board. It was just The MDG gamble was, in the face of the diminishing interest of the Western countries in the absence of the foreign policy driver of the Cold War, we're going to devote less money to foreign assistance. And the way to rescue foreign assistance was a gamble that countries would give us more money if we gave more specific accountability for specific outcomes. So there was this global concordat that will give more money for development, but only with narrower, more concrete and accountability for specific targets. And this was the idea to build a post-Cold War constituency for foreign assistance. But my argument is that was a huge misguided gamble, in the sense that the MDGs were too few, too low, and basically they weren't an adequate basis on which to have a development agenda. You couldn't build a development agenda centered around the MDGs, because the MDGs just didn't cover enough topics, and they set goals that were too low. And hence the kinky development, the idea that you could achieve these goals through individual targeted programs, became popular. And this basically resulted in a number of losses to the development agenda. First of all, most developing countries just lost interest in mainstream global development, all of those words are in quotes, as it was like too little resources to really care about, not really helping them on their own priority, and too many hoops, strings, and restrictions. So the first thing is the MDG-driven development. The big principle developing countries just like, look, if that's your agenda, I don't really care. You're not really helping me with what I regard as important. Second, the altruist agenda narrowed domestically and became partisan, so that it lost even on its own terms in the North, and development agencies in the bilateral development agencies basically became perceived as a partisan endeavor. And so when a right-wing government came to power, they just got rid of the development agency altogether. So they became merged, and again, merged is in quotes, because mostly the merged agencies meant the development aspect was radically downplayed. So they weren't, in fact, able to build an adequate coalition supporting foreign assistance in these countries around the MDG agenda. There was sort of muddle with the MDBs, the multilateral development banks kind of were caught in between the needs and wishes of the developing country governments that wanted a broad agenda and their primary shareholders or state shareholders who wanted. And so these organizations were left kind of adrift, contested, shackled. And there was a third loss, which is it was a big loss that, in my mind, that philanthropists became an increasing part of the development discourse. But since the philanthropists cannot or will not work on national development, they bias the discourse towards, again, targeted programs. So the MDGs were a big, reasonably coherent gamble, but it was just wrong. And by making the wrong bet, we lost enormous amounts of what had formerly been the development agenda. So now, sort of fleshing this out, if you look at in the run-up to the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN ran this My World survey, which I'm not going to defend methodologically very strongly, since it was kind of one of these open online polls, but at least we'll look at what people thought were their priorities. And the data are the percent of people in these surveys naming this category as one of their 6 top priorities. So what were the priorities of the people expressed from the low HDI countries and the medium HDI countries? And ask yourself, was there actual, in the MDG agenda, any support for what the people in the developing countries were expressing as their top priorities? So for the top 2, it's kind of all well and good in a way. They express good education as a very important priority. There was a target and indicator in the MDGs, but it was incredibly narrow and fundamentally misguided in that it was just about primary school completion. So there was nothing about quality, nothing about learning, nothing about secondary education, nothing about technical education. So there was a goal, target, and indicator, but it was super narrow. Again, better healthcare, second top priority. Yes, there was goals and targets, but again, there weren't goals. There weren't goals and targets for better healthcare. There were goals and targets for specific disease conditions or specific ages. So nothing about the healthcare system, nothing about the risk mitigation, nothing. And then as you go down, you see that there's all kinds of things that are widely expressed as key agendas for people in developing countries as what they want out of a development agenda that had no goal, no target, no indicators. So better jobs, an honest and responsive government, affordable and nutritious food. There was a hunger goal, but again, that's not very well broad. That's not broad relative to what people are expressing. Energy, no goal, no target, no indicator. Transport, no goal, no target, no indicator. Protection against crime, no goal, no target, and indicator. So my point is just the MDGs were just radically misaligned with the actual interests and objectives of the citizens of the developing countries and what they thought development would bring. And hence, you can see where a government putting together an agenda that was responsive to the needs of and wants of its own people would find a huge mismatch between an MDG-driven development agency's ability to support these, broad and important goals. So I think the way I see the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is we're a massive win for the developing countries against this North vision of kinky development. So the post-MDG consensus of a powerful South was, look, it's clear from the politics and fiscal realities that we're not going to get any more money. Like, there's no money on the table here. There's no idea that if we or anyone agrees to the set of some set of UN targets, that there's going to be net new money on the table. So there was no incentive for the South partners to pretend in some consensus around the MDGs because there wasn't any quid pro quo. It's like, look, no matter what you say, we're not going to get any more money into foreign assistance. Second, the kinky development agenda is of zero or maybe even less value to our national objectives. If you look at the government of India or Indonesia or the Philippines, they looked at the MDGs and like, look, this isn't what we're about. So whether there's more support or less support for this isn't really important to us. And hence, I think the statement of the SDGs is, well, as long as we're not going to get anything, let's say what we really think. Let's have these broad, ambitious objectives to be developed. And we're not, our goal isn't to be slightly better off recipients of charity. Our goal is to be developed countries, and we're going to pursue an array of developed countries. And when the SDGs came along, the sort of global development chatterati, as I call them, really didn't like the SDGs because they kind of, the philanthropists, the parts of the mainstream development organizations, they kind of liked that these MDG goals were narrow and specific because it played into their only real comparative advantage, which was the design and funding of specific targeted programs. So they complained that the SDGs were, there's too many goals, they're too high. And, then they would say, well, these SDGs aren't useful because we can't finance it. But that was kind of completely and totally missing the point. The point was the SDGs were no longer credibly a funding mechanism. It wasn't about funding at all. It was like, let's just say what our goals are. And then it's clear that we're basically on our own as developing country governments to meet these goals because foreign assistance is now too small and too targeted and too irrelevant to our needs. So the question then is sort of, can the SDGs save development from the attack on development of the MDGs? And I think there's two sort of hopeful examples. One is that the SDGs, the MDG goal on poverty was really focused on an unbelievably and unjustifiably and undefensibly low poverty line. So the target of the MDG was just $1.25 a day, which was the inheritor of the 1990 $1 a day line. And this $1 a day line has no justification. It's not good economics. It's not good anything. It's just, it really was a standard set by the North in order to define down what the goals of development were. It was, the low bar poverty is a way of walking away from a commitment to development. It's not actually a commitment to development. Whereas if you look at the SDGs, the SDG says, you know, A, we have the low bar line, but we also have reduced by half those living in poverty in all its dimensions according to national definitions. By adding this target, it means countries, you know, can include in their interpretation of the global goals poverty lines that are much, much higher than the $1 a day line. And according to all definitions means you can also include in poverty other indicators of deprivation. So what that returns you to is, if you raise the poverty line, then it becomes clear that you actually need inclusive growth. A high poverty line is an inclusive growth agenda. And so you get back to, instead of thinking poverty is going to be addressed by specific targeted programs augmented by RCTs of their effectiveness, you get back to the truth, which is the only way of eliminating poverty is to have higher standards of living for everybody. So the evidence is the poverty rate in a country is completely and totally R-squared correlation of 1 associated with the well-being of the median person in that country. So the idea that targeted programs were an important part of reducing poverty was always not on. Poverty was always about, poverty reduction was, as and everywhere, always been a case of increasing the productivity basically across the board, and of the middle class, not of the rich necessarily, but if you take the median as the indicator of the productivity of people, it basically, once you know a country's median income, you essentially know their poverty rate to within a very small margin of error. So there's only 1.2% of the measured headcount poverty rate at these various different poverty lines that isn't associated with the median income. Second, we've also learned that these specific targeted programs really can't do very much and aren't very effective. So the RCT movement has essentially, in my mind, proved that it's very hard to get people out of poverty in situ without a flourishing economy that they're embedded in. So, you know, the recent Science, 2015 Science article about the effectiveness of the graduation style things, the bottom line is you spent $4,500 over 2 years of program implementation to achieve $344 in benefits in year 3. Like, this is their claim of, this is the gold standard, which means it's just not a very big deal. You can't address poverty in that way. And the Kinky really focused on tiny little things that were cost effective rather than, and mainly because they produced modest gains at very low cost rather than development. So, you know, again, there was a paper in Nature magazine, the most reputable science journal in the world, talking about a program in Niger that added a psychosocial intervention to a cash transfer. But the net effect was that, yes, this raised, this raised income. Of course, you gave people money, so you would have expected to raise their income. But the gains were statistically significant, but really trivial. So if you compare the gains from these kind of interventions to the gains that were experienced by countries that actually experienced national development, like Vietnam or China or Indonesia, it's just inconsequentially small what you can do with kinky interventions. I'm going to skip that. So I'm going to skip that because it's very, very interesting, but I think I'm running out of time. So then secondly, another hopeful example, the language of the MDG was a huge backward step on the education agenda. So if you look at what preceded the MDG as an international consensus, it was the education for all. And if you look at the declaration of the education for all from Zhongtian, I have highlighted that they emphasized that the point of education was learning. And that schooling, completing a given year or a given level of schooling, was an instrument to learning. Whereas the MDG fell back on what I call butts in seats targets. It just said everybody will be able to complete a full course of primary schooling. Well, that was a radical step backward in terms of what could constitute a realistic and important agenda for the education sector. And this MDG agenda ignored the fact that the main challenge was that in most regions of the world, relative to the new SDG of targeting, most of the children who are enrolled are not reaching the minimum level of learning. So the SDG puts the learning agenda squarely back onto the agenda and acknowledges that if you look, for instance, at these bar graphs that are showing you the range of outcomes by various regions in the world, even in Africa, the highest performing on learning indicators countries are still on average for the enrolled students below the PISA level 2 SDG target. So the MDG agenda was about enrollment when the education agenda, in order to really be effective at transforming people's lives, needed to be a learning agenda. So, and this also led to a kind of emphasis on inequality or inclusion that just wasn't the issue. In the sense that, this shows across the horizontal axis kind of the socioeconomic status indicator constructed from the PISA, and even the advantaged male, urban, native speakers of the assessment language and socioeconomic elite students in places like Guatemala, Honduras, and Zambia, even those super elite students in public schools were far behind the minimal learning level. So let me just come back to conclude with this point. The point is national development delivers. If you really want to improve well-being, the national development consensus was exactly right. The way you deliver high level, the only way you can deliver high, broad levels of human well-being in countries is for the country to experience national development. And I regard the SDGs as rescuing the national development agenda from its attempt to shoehorn a narrow, unbelievably penurious agenda and vision as representing the goals of development. I think that I can't see the clock because I minimize to see my slide, but I assume my time is up, and so I'll quit with that. Thank you.
Can you take your share screen off, Lance, so we can then go to the panel part?
Okay. There we go.
Great, thank you very much. So as I predicted, this is indeed provocative. And so if I just summarize it and let me know straight away if I've summarized in the wrong direction, Lant has traced a change from development as a very high level grand challenge at the national level to the sort of things that I like the term, the technocratic things that the development chatterati like to do. And so it's a switch from things that people in poor countries would want, basically shown by that survey, and putting aside the imperfections of that survey. I can remember myself doing work in Papua New Guinea, and we asked people what they wanted. They wanted a washing machine, right? They wanted basically electricity, running water, the stuff that we take for granted in Western developed countries. So I don't yet see any questions. So let me pose a question for you, Lant, where you said that one of the complaints about the SDGs from the Chatterati is that, you know, there's not enough resources to finance them and so forth. In my career, often the missing actor in the room when we have discussions about development is the private sector. And so how about FDI taking the role of official development? How about, do private sector actors find any of these technocratic sectoral RCT-driven approaches useful at all?
So I do think, I mean, and again, I think part of the problem is that many people continue to discuss the SDG agenda as if it's the MDG agenda. So the MDG agenda was a money for targets swap. We will adopt these narrow targets, and then we will use the available foreign assistance funds to reach these targets. The SDGs just basically, in my mind, overthrew that. I know that there's discussion of financing of the MDGs, but really the only way you can reach the SDGs is by the economy becoming more productive, people having more income, people being able to buy what they need, and by the way, by the buoyancy of tax revenues of governments from having a broad-based and more productive economy. So I think the SDGs shouldn't be thought of as mechanistically achieved by given interventions or given programs. They have to be seen as the endogenous outcome of a well-functioning system of economy and governance together. And once you see it that way, the whole financing thing, that the idea that people are all under the control of some mechanism that is allocating thing to meet goals doesn't make sense. It's more, we're going to create a vibrant society in which people make demands on the government, in which people make some money, and that's going to lead to some outcomes. And that, I think, is the original and still, and you know, the point of the last slide is that is in fact a correct version of how people achieve high levels of well-being, is through this broad-based national development.
Great, thank you. There is one question come through from a panelist, which is, what's your view on full cost recovery and affordability to deliver basic services such as water, sanitation, primary healthcare in developing countries? And that's come through from Seetha Ram.
I think full cost recovery, I would object to. Cost recovery, I'm all for, and I'm all for it for two reasons. One is a accountability reason. You know, when people pay for stuff, they are incredibly more likely to be actively engaged in the governance of the stuff they've paid for than if they are passive recipients of some long-term, you know, what we call the long chain of accountability process. So I was just the research director of a very large study on basic education. And if you look at Vietnam, which is one of the most phenomenally successful countries in the world in producing really amazing learning outcomes with very few resources, a lot of it, I think, of the key to the success was the government set very ambitious targets and then didn't fund it. They didn't give the local governments anywhere near the resources they would need to reach those targets. So they said, here are your targets. You must meet them. We're going to put pressure on you to meet them, but we're giving you half the money. And so they had to recover cost for the rest of the cost from the public. So now I am in favor of cost recovery. Full cost recovery is a little dubious because then there are ways to have cost recovery without every person having to pay and without excluding people who can't pay. But I think, acting as if the governments can supply everything as producers without having cost recovery revenue sources, I think was a massive mistake. It was a massive mistake for water. It was a massive mistake for health. It was a massive mistake for education.
Great, thank you. There's a question coming through from Emma. I'll just ask her to do it directly so I can look at the Q&A box.
Great, thanks a lot, John, and thanks, Lant, for a really interesting presentation. I have a question about what you think the role of academic economists and the journals was in driving this shift towards, some might say, an obsession with small things that could be answered precisely with an RCT rather than really big, important questions that maybe we couldn't get the definitive causal answer on.
So I actually think, as an academic, I think academics are much less important than they think they are. I'm under no delusion that even as an influential academic, I have much influence on the course of events. I think the RCTs were a symptom rather than the disease. And they were a symptom of the low bar targets adopted. The way to the RCTs went through adopting these low bar targets that were narrowly focused on specific groups, because then you reduced the idea that these goals could be accomplished through, you created the idea that, with adequate financing, these goals could be achieved just without national development, without any of the big picture transformation, with effective programs. So you went from lowering the targets to focus on effective interventions to evidence for effective interventions to RCTs. So to unravel that chain, I want to go back to the beginning and get rid of dollar-a-day poverty. I want to get rid of primary education enrollment as the only goal in education. Then on education or poverty or anything, you see, you have to fix the system, and the system can't be randomized. You can randomize, you can use evidence from randomized as part of your understanding of the system, but you can't treat the system as an interventional mechanism. So I think RCTs are a terrible disease, or a terrible symptom, but they're a symptom, not the disease. I think low bar targets were the disease, and in principle, if we really believed in the SDGs, we should be free of that disease, because the SDGs can't be achieved in a programmatic way.
Right. Thank you very much for that, Lant. The two questions have come through the Q&A, and we've got 2 minutes left perfectly. So one is your comment on causes of the stalled progress on the SDGs, some of which was discussed in the first 2 days of the conference. And then the second one, which was what about small economies? And I must say, when you presented your bar chart of the figure from Banerjee et al. From Science, I can remember something David McKenzie and I had done on seasonal migration, which of course the seasonal migration gains for people were massively greater than the bars for these very small kind of precisely measured things. And so if you comment briefly on those two aspects.
So I don't have any useful comments, which is fortunate since I'm told we only have a minute and 15 seconds. But I think it's hard to say stalled progress on the SDGs independent of COVID. Of course, when there was a global-wide shock to economies and everything else around COVID, progress was going to stall. So I wouldn't even know to begin how to parse that out. Second, again, but I want to get back to, we shouldn't MDG the SDGs. We shouldn't act as if the SDGs are going to be achieved with individual programmatically financed interventions. We should say, here's what we want. The way to get to what we want is this broad development of the country, and hence, not the tendency of the Chatterati keep trying to shoehorn their loss of control over the interventions and the top-downness of the goals from the MDGs to SDGs by making the SDGs like the MDGs. I think a lot of that effort is just misguided rhetoric. We should really focus back on the big picture development agenda, and high human well-being is delivered by national development as a natural operation of the way in which what what well-developed countries do is they nominate and solve priority problems. The political promise nominates problems. Some combination of private incomes and public incomes get devoted to solution of those problems. So we should get away from attempting to programatize and discretize the accomplishments of the SDGs, but use the SDGs as an opportunity to go back to say, how will we do this? Well, we're going to do this when we have a productive economy that generates high incomes in an inclusive way. We're going to do this when we have high capability organizations with rule of law and effectiveness. We're going to do this when our political system listens to what people want. And if we do that and focus on that, the goals will be accomplished as a natural course of affairs.
Great, thank you. And Daniel's just informed me that we actually do have an extra minute still. And so any thoughts about small countries?
I don't have any coherent or useful thoughts about small countries. I'm afraid my main development experiences are Indonesia, a huge country, India, a huge country. So I don't have any useful thoughts about small countries.
That's fine. Coming from a small country and working on small countries, it's not always straightforward. So yeah, so thank you very much indeed for this wonderful lecture. Thank you for the ADBI staff in the background who are making sure that everything's going nicely. If there are any questions that come up later on in the chat, then I think Daniel can probably forward them to you as well, and they come into the ex post transcript later on. And otherwise, from here in a small country at the bottom of the world, I'm signing off. Thank you again for staying up late, well, not late, too late at night in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And to all of the viewers, please stay logged in for the next session of contributed papers, and I'll pass it back to you, Daniel.
Great. Thanks a lot, John and Lant, for very nice opening session on day 3. So now we'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll continue with a session on climate action at 11 o'clock Tokyo time. So see you then. That's only in 15 minutes. So as I mentioned, the chair of this session will be Dina Asgalieva, who is the Senior Research Fellow at ADBI. So Dina, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So everyone, please just call me Dina. I'm greatly happy to moderate this session on such important topic, and which close to my heart on climate. I think we cannot have event on SDG without talking about climate. So let's not lose our time. I'll remind you that our agenda and all the biographies of speakers on the website of ADBI and linked in the chat box. So I'm not going to read long biographies of our excellent distinguished speakers to save your time, so we can more discuss their research. So I would like, let's start with the first paper. The first paper is written by Wasim Ahmad. He's professor of economic science, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. And the paper is about how we can link sustainable development goals to corporate and environmental governance in an emerging economy. Actually, I read your paper, and I'm very, very excited to listen your presentation.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you, ADBI team, for giving me this opportunity. The title of my paper that I'm going to discuss is about linking sustainable development goals to corporate and environmental governance. We have taken the case of India, and we have studied India in detail and tried to link the SDG goals with the rent-seeking opportunities, and also what kind of rule of law we have and how it helps in environmental governance, and to what extent we can have some understanding about the existing I mean to say quality of institutional governance, and also the development of climate change actions that we have in India. So this particular paper gives an idea about in the case of emerging economy, if we are thinking about SDGs, and when the countries are eyeing for more towards, I would say, market-oriented economy, then what would be the role of corporate firms, whether the rules and governance that are designed to follow or compliance market, whether they follow it or not. So this study is all about that. So just to give you an idea about SDG that we have been talking about, and we are in a phase where we are now thinking about what is the assessment of the SDG that we have. So our paper is linked with SDG 13, which is about environmental protection, and climate change, which is about climate protection, and SDG 16, which is about quality of governance. So when we think about governance, so governance can have two types of, I would say, two types, where one could be in terms of defining the law, wherein we keep some amount of freedom to the stakeholders. So maybe the firm is trying to do business. And second part is that when the firms are doing business, then how the environment and environmental, I would say, protection can be ensured. So when I try to look at the data on India, then we found that some of the cases related to environmental governance were interesting, and it also opened us to explore a bit. So here, when we talk about, when I'm talking about corporate governance basically talks about the institutional and governance standards that are taking up in India, and the rule of law that we have, whether it allows some amount of protection to SDG. So if you think about what is the main goal, or what is the main motivation of this paper. So in India, we have environmental law. The first version was in 1986. Then we changed that. And in 2006, when we had a new law that allowed for some amount of check, or I would say mandatory compliance standards. So if you look at the theory, from theoretical point of view, there are disclosure theories that say that if you have a law, and that law allows firms to declare some amount of information. So what kind of information they are interested in revealing. So the law says that if you are thinking about putting a compliance on firms would always like to declare all those information which are not, I would say, risk averse. And they would always like to keep some amount of information with themselves, or try to hide the information which may risk their businesses. In case of emerging economy, the challenge is that when we have a mixed kind of regulatory framework, where you have different parties. For example, it is not just the central authority that decides about the law. There are different parties. For example, in case of India, here you have a central government, and central government also has some entities, for example, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And then from the corporate side, here you have a SEBI. So whether SEBI is interested in only business or environmental compliance, or it is just the MOEFC, Ministry of Environment, that is interested in environmental compliance. Over a period of time, what we have seen is that in case of India, the governance standards are more moving towards environmental compliance, but it also opens an opportunity for the firms to go for rent seeking. What is the rent seeking here? Rent seeking here is that some of the firms would like to use some kind of political connections, either through appointing the political party representatives as the board member, or the company's representatives or firm representatives are part of some political party affiliation. So this is one strand that we often discuss in the literature. The second strand is about the political donations. When we have a political party running for elections, so there are studies which are talking about that political donations matter for the compliance standards and whether the firms follow or not. In case of India, this kind of a study has been done mostly from the finance side, but we wanted to look at whether we can find, given the data that we have on India, whether we find rent-seeking opportunities. The idea is that if we are able to identify some firms which are politically connected, either through board member or through political donations, whether they follow environmental compliance or not. So I will come to that, the environmental compliance, how we define, but this is the main gist of this study that we are trying to link. And once we link with the environmental compliance, then it is automatically linked with the SDG goals, because if the firms which are politically connected, if they are not following the environmental law, environmental compliance standards, if they are not revealing sufficient environmental disclosure, then there will be a challenge, and this may derail the main purpose of SDGs. And since India is an economy which is moving quickly towards the market-oriented economy, so this also opens opportunity to understand that whether the directions that we have taken, whether it is sufficient or we need some more checks. So these are the questions that I have tried to address along with my co-author. And these questions simply say that, do political connections explain environmental governance and accountability at the firm level? So this study is at the firm level, and we try to take into account a quite sufficiently large number of firms to understand the behavior of political connections on the environmental governance standards. We also add the political, we are trying to define political connections through donations, as I mentioned previously. And we are also trying to look from the board members' perspective, that what is, if the similar kind of people are on the board, whether those board members help firm to escape the environmental governance standards or those standards are complied. How do political connections impact environmental compliance and ESG reporting? So in case of India, the SEBI, which is main regulatory authority to regulate, which is the Security and Exchange Board of India, there we have a certain governance standards. And right now, if you talk about 2023, SEBI has come up with the guidelines for ESG, which is environment, social and governance indicators, and there we have some data accumulation taking place. So we have utilized that data also. And then once we have the board, so we also look at the different types of characteristics of the boards, whether boards are interlocks. So if we have one person, which is the CEO of or one of the top bureaucrats or one of the promoters of a firm, if that particular person is also board member of some other firm, so which means that there will be a flow of information. And it may also happen that one board member can also be linked with some kind of some members with other firms. So that interlocking may create some kind of information spillover, so that we also try to look at it. I will just give you a brief background about political connection literature. So Khwaja and Mia paper on Pakistan, that how the political nexus helps the firms in Pakistan to take extra credit. So rent seeking has been studied. FASCIO studies is quite fascinating in terms of understanding the political connection networks. You will find that majority of the studies in the political connection domain, they focus more on a finance side, debt financing side, how for the companies which are politically connected, is easier for them to get the loan or any kind of debt. So preferential treatment that we have, political connection helps in that. Of late, we have found that some of the studies have also started digressing towards the environmental governance. So in 2017, in case of China, Zhang studied this particular case and tried to link with the political connection, and they found that it had a significant role. And from there on, we have some literature. In case of India, we had one paper in 2022, and then we had also one paper in 2023. And most of these studies are based on the corporate governance standards, and they try to explain the behavior of banks and how those banks are giving loans to politically connected firms, and when those loans are getting bad, then how that has created some kind of havoc on the banking sector domains. So we have looked at that, and we have also examined. We also looked at from the perspective of technology transfers, that if the firm is politically connected, whether it has a preferential treatment in technology transfer, whether it is creating a R&D environment, or whether the firm takes just as a given case. Now, let's come back to the main strength of this paper that we want to discuss. So first is that the identification of political connection, how we have done. So we have done at two stages. One is that we looked at the political donation of firms, that whether the political donations are helping firms to get the benefit. So we have looked at political connection at the donation level. In India, we have data available on political donation on the Election Commission of India website, and there we have some details about. And that data gives us also idea to explore some more versions of political connection. So we have also looked at a strength effect. We have quite a large number of political parties in India, but we have examined only two national political parties, which are also having their umbrella institutions, which is called NDA and UPA. So National Democratic Alliance and United Progressive Alliance. And here in NDA, BJP leads. So Bharatiya Janata Party, which is the ruling party at present, it leads that coalition. And then you have a UPA headed by Congress. So we looked at only two political parties, BJP and Congress, and we found that what is the funding strength, how much they have received over a period of time, and we have done this on a time varying basis. So time varying basis, we have done this study. A strength effect is that whether a political party or whether a firm is contributing or donating only to a single party or both parties. So some kind of hedging strategies are also adopted by the firms, and what they do is that they not only contribute to only one incumbent party, but they also contribute to more than one. So we define as a strongly connected firms, those firms which contribute or donate to more than one party. If it is just one party, so then it is just like a politically connected. But if you're contributing to more than one party as in political campaign donations, then that we call it as the strongly connected. So this is what we have defined as a strength effect. In the literature, when we followed the Zhang paper in 2017, which was published in Energy Economics Journal, and there we found that the data on environmental disclosure was quite unique in case of China. But in India, when we looked at, then we found that the environmental law that was implemented in 2006 with new kind of notification on environmental compliance in standards that allowed the firms to comply with certain declarations or uploadation of disclosures report twice in a year. So 6 monthly compliance report has to be uploaded. And this data of uploadation gave us the idea that when we have a political connection data, we can map across firms and we can see that whether those firms are creating enough, enough environmental governance standards or whether they are destroying it. So whether escaping or following that kind of law. So we created what is called Environmental Compliance Index, and this index we have used to showcase the effect of political connections. If we look at India, that what kind of projects, so we have two types of project, category A and category B. Category A projects are basically large projects and category B projects are mid-size and small size. In case of Export Appraisal Council that we have at the center level and which is at the national level and also at the state level. So SEAC is the State Expert Appraisal Council. So when a company submits some kind of project related to any sector, then it is based on the size of the firm or what is the commitment in power sector or mining or some other polluting industries. They are categorized, and in category A, it goes directly to the central government and it is approved by the MOEFCC. But if you have a mid-sized project, so this will categorize in B1 and B2. B2 are somewhat exempted and they do not require that much scrutiny in terms of environmental regulation. But if you have a B1 and B2, which is mostly with the relatively smaller projects, there we require, and term of reference and scoping further procedures will be involved. If you think about it, has some timelines, 45 to 60 days, and when we have the final environmental impact assessment, it also allows that all the companies which are involved or submitted companies, whatever proposal the MOEFCC and even the Ministry of Environment at the state level have received, they comply with these two norms, that whether they submit half-yearly compliance report or not. What we found when we went to the website, what we found that the uploadation of this report is not very continuous, and it has a lot of discrepancy. So some firms upload and some firms do not upload at all. And that shows that we followed those companies, that which are the companies which are not continuously uploading this half-yearly compliance report. And then we mapped them with the political connections. And then we found that the companies which are not uploading the report, whether they are highly politically connected or not politically connected. So it could be due to operational failures. So we have taken into account those cases. Now, for the indicators or variables that we have gone, so for ESG, we have downloaded from Bloomberg. For financial indicators, we have explored the Bloomberg database. For political connections data, we have looked at from the Election Commission of India and Association for Democratic Reforms. In India right now, the calculation of such variables are difficult because now we have a new guidelines and that says that we have electoral bonds and that bond data is not available. But we have tried to get through some kind of data that we have, and we still have uploaded that till from 2014 till 2022. And this is the dynamic political connection data. So in a year we have defined, we have considered two political parties. We have Indian National Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party. These two parties we have considered. This is our empirical exercise that we have done. So we have constructed the ECI. So ECI has been constructed primarily by giving some score to the uploadation exercise. So if the company is uploading only one report in a year, so it is 0.5. If it is uploading 2 reports in a year, so it is 1. And over a period of time, we have summed this up. So this is what the ECI index looks like. Political connection that we have defined, it is the dummy variable that takes value of 1 when firm is politically connected, or 0 if it is not. Board characteristics we have defined in 2 ways. One is the betweenness and one is also the interlocking. So these 2 characteristics we have taken from the data that we have. So it also hovers around the centrality measures that I'll be talking in a few moments. And then here we have the firm characteristics, basically the risk side and the return side, the performance side we have considered. For country controls, we have considered governance and standards. So in governance, so we have world governance indicators on the World Bank website. So we have considered countries' corruption variables as one of the controls, and these are all the time and cross-sectional effects. So in terms of, as I mentioned about board characteristics, so it has 2 types. So one is called network and another is called governance. So in case of agency theory, networks, which means that if a company is having a board member is linked with others, then of course it will create a good opportunity to have the information spill over. For example, if the Apple CEO is also linked with the Google, then there will be a lot of chances of information spillover. Governance standards are also linked with the similar kind of exercise, wherein we try to see that the influence of a particular board member and the kind of reputation that the board member carries, they always try to create some kind of environment where they have a limited information spillover. So that we talk about. So we talk in two ways. One is called betweenness centrality, which means that firm's ability to sit between two other firms director, which is having interlock. Then we have the closeness centrality, which is the firm's closeness, speed with which it can access information, which means that you have basically a member floating around, and how that flotation creates some kind of synergy with regard to the information spillover, and sometimes it may create risk, and sometimes it may benefit the firm. So that standard is quite okay to look at, and there are well-established literature on this particular idea. If you look at this distribution of firms across, so we find that we have considered around 612 firms, and here we have 144, and we have 126 firms, and majority of the firms are located in the construction materials industry. So here you can see that in this chart, the average ECI index, the environmental clearance index, is compliance index is varying between 0 to 15. And in case of construction sector, in terms of the political connections, we are finding high. And this is what the green value shows, the higher political connection. So concentration is high in case of construction materials. We also did with regard to the MPs that we have, we got this data from ADR, and we again find that the construction materials and also the chemical are having a higher political connections. Now, this is the framework that I have, the dynamic connections, and here we have a strength effect. So a strength effect is one when we have only one contributor to a political party, when firm contributes to only one political party, when we have a D connection to, which means that it contributes to more than one political party, and ECI index is having these characteristics. Now, if you look at the strong political connection concentration, so yellow edge shows that these sectors are highly concentrated with political connection firms, and rest the gray lines show that there is a less connection, right? Now, coming to the empirical results, we did an exercise with regression, simple regression, and we found that, which were kind of pooled regression, we found that the political connections, and when we have environmental compliance index as dependent variable, it is showing negative relationship, which means that if we have in environmental compliance, if you have a high political connections, it means that if the firm is politically connected, it somewhat discourages the firm to follow the environmental governance, some kind of inverse relationship. But when we do it with MP, then we find that it has direct relationship, which means that if the firm is politically connected, then it also complies with the environmental governance. Here we find negative signs that it doesn't comply. Between centrality and closeness centrality also shows some kind of positive relationship that shows that in case of India, the political connection as such does not matter much if you're looking from the MP side, the political connection. But if you're looking from the donation side, so donation side has a detrimental effect, and this we can see it here. We also looked at from the ESG side, so we created an index of ESG indicators, and we created a dependent variable, and we found that the only strongly connected political firms which are contributing to more than one political party enjoy the favorable benefit of not following the environmental governance standards, whereas MP's connection has a direct effect, which means that it doesn't matter whether they are politically connected or not politically connected. Between centrality and closeness centrality has the negative and positive effect. And this is the conclusion that we find mixed evidence in case of India, and there is a direct and positive relationship between environmental compliance and political connections. And this can be further explored at the sectoral level that we may be looking at. And we have added some more controls to check our empirical results. And this is what we get, that political donation data has a different impact than the MPs. And this may derail some of the objectives of the SDGs if we are not following, otherwise it may. And I would like to thank you, the ADB team, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. I am done.
Thank you very much, Wasim, for excellent timing. So we have discussant Han Grant, who kindly agreed to read your paper and review it and provide you suggestions. Hopefully will help you to improve paper. So Fang Zhang is assistant professor from School of Public Policy and Management at Tsinghua University. Fang Zhang, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dina, and also thank you, Professor Wasim Ahmad, for the great paper. I think I read the whole paper, and also I enjoyed your presentation. That it was an excellent presentation. I spent a whole afternoon to read your paper. I think it's a good paper, and I think it's very interesting. And I will first just recap what you did what you achieved in your paper. I think it's definitely is an interesting topic, and it's
sorry for interrupting you. Can you make slideshow?
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic, and also a very timely research. As an expert from the climate change field, actually we are, I think right now, very I think increasing research trying to figure out what kind of institutional arrangement can help to facilitate climate change governance. Specifically, when we think about policies, it's a kind of more unstable and often making a judgment. Institutions actually has a good quality to ensure stability to support climate change. So I think this paper, from my point of view, is a very timely topic and fit into the emerging literatures on the institutions discussions. So I really like it. And I think this paper also have is also a good attempt try to link SDG to the SDG goals, SDG 16 and also SDG 13. And I think in this paper, it seems that the authors are focused on two key components of political connections and explore its impact on environment compliance behaviors of firms in India. And it also think about other very key characteristics of firms like betweenness and close centrality. And in the political connections, actually to get very interesting findings in the end. First, it finds that actually political donations, where the firms make donations to two major parties in India, actually has negative impact on environment compliance on the firms. That is that firms actually, rather than increasing their environment compliance, but to decrease their environment compliance. Interestingly, another dimension of political connections, that's whether the firm has a member of parliament sitting on the board. That is kind of a political connections from their firm's governance structure, has a very positive impact on the firm's environment compliance. Actually helps to improve the firm's compliance with the environment regulations. And I think here the paper also have a very rich data. It's based in Indian context, and it gets very good firm level data that cross from 2014 to 2020. And it also deployed a very unique index that's called the Environment Compliance Index to assess firms' environment compliance in India. So I think it's a quite good paper, and I think it make two major contributions. One is definitely contribute to the institutional discussion in climate change by examining the two key dimensions of the political connections, political donations, and also whether there is a member of parliament sitting on the board of the firm. And a second contribution is actually providing a very interesting empirical value from the Indian country case based on micro level data at the firm level. So I think it's in general a quite good and interesting research. And I also have a couple of suggestions and thoughts. And the first one, I just try to get the time out. The first one is actually, I think it's it's from my view, it's I would like to encourage Professor Wissam Ahmad to investigate more into the potential mechanism underlies the two political connections. I think there is a lot of discussion about either negative impact or positive impact of political connections on firms' environmental compliance. In terms of negative impact, definitely by giving more money or having political connections, firms can actually capture the regulatory agency and get favorable treatment. And also they probably can get the information and early warnings in advance, so that can help to manipulate the environmental regulations. They can also even to shape the policy-making process and making the policies more favorable to them. And on the other side, there are also positive impacts. I think a lot of research right now identify the political connections can help to, especially to build a good relationship with the agency so that they can actually get more resources or subsidies so that they can help to them to comply the environmental regulations. And also it can help to, by having the connections, the firms have more incentives to comply with the regulations so that they can keep a good relationship with the government or agencies. And also for example, and also there is also political aspirations from the executives. For instance, by having a politician sitting in the border, the CEO might have political attempt in the future, so they want to do good to make them have a good images. So I think there are multiple channels. I would encourage the authors to think more and also carefully to examine why the political donations are different from by having politicians sitting on their border. So that might lead to the ultimately quite optimizing results. So I think that's one thing I would encourage you to think about. I will go quicker. And the second one, I think I would like to get more details about the empirical context to enhance the clarity and the comprehension of the paper. For instance, I would like to know more about the environment compliance index building process, and I want to understand what does the regulations mean? It's a voluntary reporting or it's a mandated reporting? Who are monitor and oversee this whole process? And whether the firms will be punishment if they do not comply. Are firms not comply? What are the reasons? Is because of they do not have the information, or it's because they do not have the cost, or purely they do not have the kind of awareness or commitments to apply these regulations. And also, what does this environmental certificate cover in terms of pollutants? It's water, air, soil, waste pollution, or CO2 emissions. I think this can help to the readers to understand more. I think it's just more details about the empirical context can really help readers to understand more. And I think another key concern from my view is definitely political connections can help to environment compliance, but actually there is also a potential reverse causality, right? If they are bad in environmental compliance, that might actually influence whether they are going to build the political connections so that they probably can get kind of guards from these politicians. So I think by having that to you probably for your empirical model, you need to incorporate this kind of reverse causality, which might influence your whole stories. I think change your whole story narratives. I think there are also a couple of more nitty-gritty minor points that I would encourage you to pay attention to. First, how to formulate your policy implications. Should we encourage the inclusion of minister politicians on firms' boards? What are the potential backfires? And especially if you think about as the SOEs in India, actually there are a lot of SOE in India, but they are definitely not good in environmental compliance. So I think maybe to take some literatures from SOEs can help you to refine and think more about how to structure your policy implications. And I think you should also think about how to generalize your findings. Right now, you have a lot of, I think, trying to join the literatures on China's environmental compliance, but probably expand the scope to try to build the conversation with other developing countries and maybe also developer countries which have more democratic structures that can have political donations. And I think the last one is there are multiple ones. I won't cover all of them, but there is one I would like to point out as I'm running out of time. I will be quick. It's probably thinking about whether there are missing variables. I think from my view, firms' size, what they produce, and the production volumes and the types of pollutants can influence their environment performance. But right now, it seems that you are not covering these factors. And I think it's better to think about how to fix that up so that you can get more good feedback from reviewers if you submit the paper out in the future. I think I will stop here. Thank you. I'm running out of my time a little bit.
Great, Fangjang, thank you so much. Excellent job. I really like your comments. I see you read paper very carefully, and above that, you did great illustration. So now we'll move into Q&A. While we have time, so we're gonna talk, but please, audience, use this time to put your questions, Q&A. So speakers can raise hand. This is fine. Please raise your hand. Audience can type questions in Q&A, and also speakers can type in chat box. So whatever way, please use it. We want to make it interactive. Yeah, so I suggest actually, Professor Wasim Ahmad, you can even ask permission from Fangjang to use some of her illustrations. They were so nice. I really liked them, especially this measure takeaways graph with arrows. That was excellent. I really liked it. So I think, Fangjang, you did great help. Yeah. So Wasim Ahmad, before we get in questions, would you like to respond to your discussion?
So I really appreciate Fangjang for this wonderful, I would say, discussion on my paper. We worked on this and considering the data channel that we have in India. So we are facing some challenge with regard to data. But we did this part considering that at least we should be opening a door in this domain so that people should follow up, and later we may have some more studies on this. But I liked your, especially with regard to policy side, we have not explored more, and we are exploring it. We are also trying to link it because when we started working, we thought that it will be direct relationship, that negative effect. The firms are not complying it, but in case of MP data, we found that it has a positive effect. So now we'll have to look from the theory side because it is not going to be just the data work. It has to be more from academic side also. So I'll be looking at some more theories to link our findings. And of course, the SDG we are able to link. And I really appreciate your point of view on the number of forms that we have considered. It is less in number, but we are trying to explore more, and maybe when I submit the final version, then at that time I may have some more forms. But here, when we looked at the strength effect, then of course the number of politically connected forms were lower than the normal politically connected forms. So you have the variation in data and sample, and we have also looked at from the state-wise, the federal level, that a firm may be operating in different states and federal level, so how they are complying it. The reputational risk is one of the important factors that we also thought about it, and I'm thankful to you for highlighting it, because many firms, large firms, may not like to take the risk of not complying, because then they will have a lot of consequences, because there will be brand devaluation, they will be also tossed in media, and there will be a lot of, I would say, disruption from the valuation side and future valuation side also, forward looking. So we tried to look at, and this is going to be one of the straightforward conclusion, but yes, this is not the only thing. I have to dig down more on the size of the firms. So large firms will comply because they have a reputational risk, but maybe small and medium firms, they are evolving the system, so they would like to hide behind the large firms. So I really appreciate, and I request you to please share your slides so that I can seek the help. And Dina, at last, I would like to thank you for your suggestion, and I would surely think about it. Yeah, I think it's a very, very important suggestion and timely suggestion. I did not think about it, but now I think it seems obvious. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, some of our comments actually with Fang and Jan, we did similar, but Fang Jan did more. Some comments I didn't think about. She did a great job. So I don't see questions. So using this chance, I would like just to comment. So my my comment chat was only visible for host and panelists, not for attendees. So I'll repeat what Fang Jan said, and my comment was mainly how can we assume that your index which you developed, environmental ESI index reporting, right? How is it linked for ESG? Why I'm saying that, because this great topic, reporting is very hot topic. Everyone interested. Can we make it mandatory, like more, especially for emerging countries? They don't report that much like developed countries. So how to make it promoted? So everyone is interested in reporting, how to promote it. But on another hand, I'm not expert on this topic. I didn't do deep research, but what I hear from news podcasts, what people say that this reporting, some people heavily criticize. They say that this reporting not very linked to climate, and sometimes actually, like Professor Fang Jan also said, that those who are more polluting are very good at reporting. So they try to make their report look good, right? So, for example, I often see commercials from fossil fuel companies, and they say we are developing green hydrogen, we do renewable energy, and so on, right? So they try to make their report. And some people even found that those who are like dirty, polluting companies, that their report is like they have higher reporting index. Yeah, so that could be the case. And what Fang Jan also said, it could be that also those who are more polluting and dirtier companies, they might try hard also to do these political connections. Yeah, so that's possible. Yeah, Ranjita Mishra, please, our former ADBI colleague, and now she is in Central Bank of India. I wanted you to ask questions because you're also from India, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dina. And thank you, Professor Ahmed, for this wonderful presentation. Your paper is looking really good, and I'm actually looking forward to reading it when it finally comes. So I just have a small query. So I'm curious about your sample distribution. So out of those, you have a sample of 500 firms, right?
600.
So, okay, yeah. So out of those, how many are from energy sector? Do you have any?
So we considered. So thanks, Ranjita, and I'm happy to see you here, and thanks a lot. I've been following your work, and really nice to see you. And here, in terms of sample, so we considered the broad index that we have, S&P BSE 500, and it has all the firms that are in the even oil distribution companies and oil producing. Oil supply companies. We don't have producing supply companies. And we find that they had a sizable presence, and in that we had a strong connection. So I had shown you the network, and in that oil companies were reflecting, and they had a strong political connection. But the major challenge is that majority of these companies are state-owned. So I have to do a separate analysis for the state-owned and non-state-owned. The state-owned will be like, they will be, of course, going for such type of alternative arrangement. But the private sector firms are more aggressive. So they will be, of course, putting more effort because they have to make sure that the state-owned enterprises go out of business. And then we also have, from oil, we had a sufficient number. I am not able to recall, but if I had the table, and that table had the distribution, and they fall under strong political connections. They
Yeah, so
contribute
if there is some time, I can ask another question, which came from your argument. So how do you map political connectivity in state-owned firms? That looks very challenging.
Right. So we have considered as of now the plain exercise that we have just looked at the donations. We have not segregated, but yes, in terms of economic intuition, when we analyze the data and when we look at the results, interpretation would be different, because obviously the government will have more say. So the political party who is in power, they will always have a better say on the state-owned firms than the private firms. So of course, that understanding, we have to create a separate line and see how those state-owned enterprises are going to be. But with respect to private firms, we are finding it quite interesting. So some kind of granular level understanding, it may help to get some idea about corporate governance in India.
Great.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you, Ranjita. So thanks for your questions.
We have some questions in Q&A box, but what I suggest, Professor, that maybe you type them. We start with another paper, but you type your answers. Would it be okay for you?
Yes. Right.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Wasim Ahmad and Fanjan, for excellent discussion of the paper. Thank you. Let's move to the next paper. So the next paper will be about the role of regional financial cooperation for climate actions, and the case of moving from India to ASEAN +3, ASEAN Bond Market Initiative, and its paper is written by our wonderful colleague from ADB, Satoru Yamadera, advisor from ADB Office of the Chief Economist and Director General from Department Economic Research and Development Impact Department of ADB Manila.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me start my presentation. First of all, I'd like to thank ADBI for giving me the opportunity to share what we are doing under the ASEAN +3 ASEAN Asian Bond Markets Initiative. This is the regional financial corporation. ADB plays the role of a secretariat, which I'm leading. So my paper is consists of about 7 parts, but today's presentation is very much focusing on 3, 5, 6. And also, I'd like to mention that this paper is very much in a narrative, so sort of by explaining the current state, also the policy direction, rather than positive analysis. So I'd like to explain for today's presentation what ADB does, because well, I don't think I need to explain why climate change is important. Also, climate change is sort of impacting in Asia and so forth. Also, the current state of climate finance, why we need a climate finance. So I just simply jump onto the ADB's work on the climate finance. And particularly, I'd like to emphasize the importance of regional financial cooperation. In a sense, how the regional financial cooperation can help the climate finance. And I also would like to focus on the what ADB does in relation to ABMI, the current focus and also the challenges ahead to promote the climate finance. So we are currently focusing on transition finance. So I'd like to explain that the why and where we are currently focusing on. So let's move to the ADB's work on climate challenge and also the climate finance. Well, well, I have to say that the climate sort of change is really important issue for Asia. And well, as you are aware, well, we must sort of spend more investment on climate mitigation as well as climate adaptation. So ADB announced that we are committed, most of our finance should be dedicated here, 75%. But actually now currently we are saying that we want to be the climate bank. So the all the operations by ADB should have some sort of link with climate change. And to 2030, we hope to sort of accumulate our sort of climate finance up to the $100 billion worth. So currently, ADB is very much committed, and we try to increase climate finance through our balance sheet to the extent possible. Well, that's our ordinary operations. But I also have to mention the climate finance. I mean, there's a huge climate finance gap. So what we want to see, or what we need to sort of sufficiently make proper climate mitigation as well as climate adaptation, we need to spend like every year $1.7 billion worth of investment or more, and depends on the estimates. So that we need to really promote the climate finance, not only by the public sector, but also the private sector. In that sense, we need to be more innovative. We need to think how we can promote the sort of climate finance by the private sector. In that regard, ADB proposed 2 initiatives. One is the Innovative Financing Facility for Climate in Asia and Pacific. This is a kind of the way that if we get some sort of a donation, ADB is committed to sort of increase our top up our finance. So we create some sort of leverage. Often we see the issue related to bankability. The climate finance related investment sometimes not profitable. So we want to increase the bankability through IFCAP. Another important initiative by ADB is ETF. This is an energy transition mechanism. So we want to promote the early retirement of coal-fired plant. So the coal-fired power plant. So we provide some sort of incentive and also the finance for the renewable. So we can accelerate the early retirement of coal-fired electricity. So those are the 2 kind of innovative actions we try to promote the inclusion of private capital. Then I'd like to move on to our initiative, also our efforts through the Regional Financial Corporation for Climate Actions. Well, the regional corporation can play a very important role in a climate finance. Well, of course, the regional corporation alone cannot fix everything, but climate change, basically, this is a kind of issue related to the collective action. So the single country's action may not be able to change the situation or may not be enough. And also the climate change may impact the region. Well, so in a sense, not only the climate change is a transboundary nature, but also as a region, the neighboring countries may share the equal or similar vulnerability. So there is a large area to create a common interest through the regional cooperation. And also, this regional cooperation can effectively create awareness and a common understanding and even common action with a peer support as well as peer pressure. This is our sort of experience through ABMI. Through ABMI, the member countries could learn what needs to be done. And also through the experience sharing, they can learn each other. this peer support is quite helpful. And also, often we can create peer pressure. If let's say that the one country A does what and the country B doesn't. Well, if we show in a kind of a comparison table to ministers, they always raise the question, why we are not doing this? Why not we are not doing that? So often this kind of peer pressure push the agenda forward. And also this kind of shared value, effective regional voice can be taken in various international fora. So these are quite important. So not just a single country's action, but the regional action can be noticed more. And also this can create a kind of a collective impact. This is why we think this collective action by the region is quite important for the climate change discussion. And well, this kind of a collective action can be supported and even enhanced by the multilateral development bank like ADB. As I already mentioned, ABMI is a good example. But also, I also highlight that the ASEAN's efforts called the ASEAN Catalytic Green Financing Facility, or ACGF. This is kind of about funds, common facility, the funds provided by ADB as well as ASEAN. And this ASEAN Infrastructure Fund put some money for this ACGF, and through ACGF, various activities, including technical advice for ASEAN, can be supported. For today's presentation, I really just focus on the ABMI. So ABMI as a model for other regions, that's our thinking. ABMI has established institutional framework with a strong sense of ownership by the members. I think that is quite important point. So the ASEAN plus 3, this is the member of ASEAN 10 countries plus China, Korea, Japan. And all the activities are financed by the plus 3 countries. So those plus 3 countries established the trust fund at ADB, and the ABM activities are financed through those trust funds. And also we have some sort of a mechanism to involve senior ministers. Senior management of ministerial line. This creates the very important pressure. And also, we need to highlight important point is common agenda setting. This may not be easy, but in the process of common agenda setting, we can establish the common understanding. And of course, ADB always plays important role for the secretariat. This role is quite important because we can conduct in-depth study, and when it can even we set the common agenda, but solution and policies, necessary policy needs to be tailor-made. So it's kind of a very strong involvement. Secretariat function is quite important. And also, we always focus on the catalytic role. We can't solve the issue only by ourselves, but also that each member country cannot solve the issue by their own. So we need to create some sort of a collective efforts, and that collective effort is not limited to the governmental communication, but also the private sector. So we often say that the ADB can play the honest broker's role. So we can create sort of a catalytic impact to make the agenda forward. So this is the kind of institutional framework. As you can see, ASEAN +3 finance ministers and central bank governors meeting. This is once a year. It is held at the time of ADB annual meeting. But because of this meeting, all finance ministries and also the central banks in the ASEAN +3, they try to make some sort of the progress. And to facilitate the communication, we have kind of a task force. Well, this is a kind of a director level discussion, and those discussions will go up to the duties, and finally goes up to the finance minister level. So just for reference, we have 4 task forces. Sustainable finance is just one of them. So ABMI is actually quite large activities. And we also support digitalization infrastructure and other topics. But sustainable finance is one of the key important pillars in our midterm roadmap. So let me move on to the challenges ahead. Well, as I said, ADB act as a secretariat, and our role is to identify the key issues, problems, challenges to be discussed regionally. Well, climate change is a vast topic. Again, even ADB alone cannot solve. We have huge demand, huge financing demand. And also we need to sort of create a various infrastructure, not only the sort of a material, physical infrastructure, but also the legal setup, various sort of regulatory setup. Well, so far, I would say green discussion is very much driven by the taxonomy. And this is quite actually important, particularly when it comes to the green finance. We need to have something to rely on. What is green, not green? So far, ASEAN published the ASEAN Green Taxonomy. This is, in a sense, unique comparing to other taxonomy like EU taxonomy, which only defines green part. But the ASEAN Green Taxonomy also try to identify the amber. This is a kind of yellow, but things needs to be considered. Action needs to be considered, and desirably, this will move to green in the future. So, in a sense, the idea of transition is incorporated in this taxonomy. Well, this is quite important in the context of Asia, because Asia is actually the high emitter. But we need to make sure that we continue to grow. And we need to meet the net zero target. So the big question for Asia is how we can make a smooth transition. So we simply cannot say that the green, so we should promote. No green, we should get rid of it. We can't afford that kind of approach. We can't afford the divestment. So this is quite important. But and also the taxonomy drives the investment decision, establish a common understanding, providing clarity for the business and avoid fragmentation. Globally, ASEAN or EU or Chinese taxonomy, actually more or less they are the same. So this provides a good foundation for the decision making. But the challenge is this taxonomy is activity-based, which means taxonomy alone cannot define everything. If you consider the corporate activities, the company X may have many projects, which one of them can easily be defined as green, and one of them can easily be defined as red. But there are so many projects which is very much unclear, or there are some cross-cutting activities. Let's say, for example, in the company, the human resource management. Can we say that's green or not green? It is very difficult. So actually, only part of corporate activities can be definable by taxonomy. So we need to consider the kind of a project or, the entity or corporate-based approach. So that's the future direction. And through promoting this corporate-based approach, we can holistically capture the impact of corporate activities to the climate change. So this is quite an important point. But things is, there are so many standards to try to define the corporate activities. But fortunately, this year, June, ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, they issued their guideline, their sort of standards. And this is going to be the key standard because all disclosure, corporate disclosure will be sort of aligned with this ISSB. ISSB standards will be translated into the national disclosure requirements. So all the disclosure standards will be converged into this ISSB. And another important point is this ISSB standard will be mandatory disclosure. Current disclosure is only the voluntary disclosure, but ISSB is really the mandatory disclosure. Of course, it's not going to be implemented soon, but towards 2024, next year, to 2030, we will see the gradual implementation. Also, another important point in the ISSB standard is implementation of a TCFD or GHG protocol. Basically, every corporate must disclose their CO2 emission by burning fuel. We call it direct CO2 emission, that's scope 1. And also scope 2, that's indirect, which means that the consumption of electricity, that's the CO2 emission, indirect CO2 emission, scope 2. But more importantly, at least for large corporates, they need to explain how their corporate activities are creating the CO2 through supply chain or on entire corporate activities. And I really need to emphasize that all financial institutions, banks, investment companies, insurance, they need to disclose their sort of CO2 emission of a portfolio, entire portfolio in the near future. And this will drive the all financial intermediation. Well, this is good, but on the other hand, there is a risk. If banks comply to follow those regulations, the easiest way is not to lend to those high emitters. But high emitters are the ones who really need to be financed, and they need to move the transition. So this is really the challenge of Asia. We must have how those sort of industry can move towards net zero. And this trajectory, we call it a transition pathway. So I'm showing this transition pathway of major steel manufacturers on the right-hand side. As you can see, the different companies may have a different trajectory. But it's not easy to sort of judge whether they are good or bad, or they can meet the target to the net zero or not. So it is important to have some sort of a common understanding. What can be a kind of agreeable trajectory towards net zero? And this needs to be discussed regionally, because the single sort of a pathway by the one country may not be well recognized. But if we can come up with the transition pathway by China, Korea, Japan, and ASEAN, this can fully be recognized by the international financing community. So let me conclude my sort of a paper. My paper will discuss Asian economies are not only vulnerable to climate change, but also the high emitters. Asia contribute high emission, and actually the reduction by Asian country is really the key for entire CO2 emission. And it may not be politically easy to make a strong commitment by a single country alone. However, such political commitment may be agreeable regionally because we share the common sort of vulnerability. Also, we may be able to have some sort of a closer communication. And more importantly, the influence of a domestic interest group will be less. We just had kind of the contribution of each company to the political decision making. But for the region, this may not be easy to influence. And the regional commitment creates a peer pressure and peer competition to achieve common goal. And the regional cooperation can support experience sharing and mutual learning to cope with the climate change and facilitate climate finance. I think ABMI perfectly fits to this kind of objective. And again, I'd like to emphasize the role of ADB, such as ADB. It's quite important as a facilitator of regional cooperation. Well, as I mentioned, ADB is very much committed to be the climate bank, and also we act as a secretariat. And this sort of a role, a strong sort of a secretariat function is really the key to success. And as I mentioned, we will focus on transition finance. And of course, we support the global implementation of international standard. And through those sort of actions, hopefully we can sort of create more common understanding. And more importantly, some of the successful factor should be shared with other regions. That's what we would like to do. So that's the end of my presentation, and I hope to have any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satoru-san. I'm sure we will have many questions because for audience, this is excellent opportunity actually to talk to ADB about all these excellent ADB products like IFCAP, Energy Transition Mechanism, which helps to bring investments to your country and to decarbonize, to reduce emissions, to go to cleaner energy, improve energy access, and so on. So please, audience, I really, especially those who work for government or not government, please use this opportunity to put many questions. Let's invite my wonderful former colleague, Ranjita Mishra, who is now at the Reserve Bank of India. So Ranjita, kindly prepare discussion, please.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you, Mr. Satoru Yamadera, for this wonderful presentation. So I feel privileged to be the part of the annual conference of ADBI. And I also feel privileged that all those documents about ABMI, which we have been reading, and that I directly learned from Yamadera-san today. So that is actually, I feel very privileged to be there in the presentation. Yeah, so it is actually a very difficult job to comment on this paper. Because it's kind of like very robust framework which we have been reading through. So yeah, but I have done my best to suggest some and to comment and suggest a few things on the paper. So I'll be commenting on the role of on the paper titled as Role of Regional Finance Cooperation for Climate Action, the case of Asian and ASEAN Bond Market Initiative, ASEAN +3. So this paper, let me go through the summary of the paper. So the paper highlights the vulnerability of Asian economies to climate change and their significant carbon emissions. Then the paper suggests that a regional commitment facilitated by organizations like ADB through ASEAN plus ABMI would be more politically feasible than individual country commitments, and it is based on the commonality of the region. The paper also highlights that this can be done through a regional approach aimed to create peer pressure, competition, fostering experience sharing, and supporting the expansion of climate finance. Ultimately, the paper concludes that the goal is to the goal of ADB is to contribute to the global climate change mitigation by leveraging regional cooperation. My general comment is that topic is very relevant. The title is very comprehensive. And the paper is coming with an insightful policy and practical policy recommendation. Since the paper uses diverse data sources, the scientific soundness is really great. So in the slides, I would like to substantiate the argument which has been taken up in the paper. So this is what this is the analysis of climate action tracker and action tracker, and we have also used this in our latest publication of report on currency and finance here in Reserve Bank of India. And it shows that even if we with all those targeted global pathway to reach net zero emission, we with incorporating all the pledges and target announcement, will not be able to reach the net zero. So for that we need more investment in every aspects. In the slides, I have shown, this is directly from the paper, and this has shown that even after this ABMI initiative, the share of green bond is still not that strong, and it is only 2% of the total local currency bond in ASEAN +3 region. So I would suggest that in this paper, although they have already the institution is already looking at individual country analysis, but it would be great to see those figures in the paper. And it would also be great to look at developed and developing country perspective, and what are their macroeconomic conditions and nature of their yield curve. I'm actually happy to see that this local currency bond, because it helps in maintaining their external debt sustainability, and most of the countries in the region are small countries. And for them, since we have last few years, we have seen that how this debt sustainability is becoming difficult for a small country. So definitely the promotion of the promotion of local currency bond is very important. And for that, ABMI is doing a great job. It is just a suggestion that include all these figures in the paper so that we can comprehend the background better. The other policy suggestion is that we have seen that the climate funds which are coming into the country are more dedicated towards towards mitigation than adaptation. So and since these countries, they are passive emitter and active recipient of climate hazards. So my suggestion would be to see that how we can revise the taxonomy to incorporate more adaptation elements in that, because they are not that big emitters, but they are receiving most of the disadvantages of this climate change. So maybe it would be great to see more elements of adaptation in taxonomy. Yeah. Thank you so much. This is all I wanted to say, but I would like to see that the final outcome of the paper in in its final form. Thank you so much and all the best.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ranjita, for your excellent discussion. So Satoru-san, if you would like to respond some of the comments from Ranjita, but also we have a question from the Q&A box. The question says, excellent, how to incentivize government to have political commitment? And please let me add to that, like you said, collective action is great. Countries can see each other in the region and then more countries to join. But the first country, that's the hardest to convince, right? So once first country implemented, then country can talk to each other and they can realize how great it is. So I can add to that, especially for the first country in the region. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, let me respond to the Ranjita's sort of comment, particularly the importance of climate adaptation. I think that's a great question, actually. And we also need to sort of admit, so far, we are too much discussing the climate mitigation, because for the developed markets, we try to change whatever the energy source and so forth. But for the climate adaptation, actually, first, we need to recognize, I mean, climate change, it's given. So how we need to sort of improve our resiliency. So, for example, let's say if we can create more reservoir, we may be able to avoid a big flood, or we may be able to sort of cope with the drought. But I don't think the current taxonomy really discuss about construction reservoirs green. So these are quite important things, and this definitely need to be considered. And also another from the if we look at only the climate mitigation, actually farming creates a lot of CO2 actually in the context of Asia, particularly ASEAN. I would say as a part of the industry, the agricultural sector is a high emitter in ASEAN. But I also have to emphasize, ASEAN's contribution to the entire CO2 emission is not that high. So if we too much focusing on the climate mitigation, and if ASEAN start thinking, oh, we need to reduce the CO2 of agricultural sector, it's a big challenge. I would say that we need to consider the more climate adaptation, because inevitably, Southeast Asia will be vulnerable to the heavy rainfall. So the more creation of reservoir or more sort of better irrigation system to sort of navigate all the heavy rainfall to a proper sort of irrigation system. That needs to be encouraged. But at this point, that's not clearly recognized as green, at least in the sense of global investors. So we need to really create this kind of a discussion. So I really take your point, and this is really the area we must do. Coming back to the second question, how we can invite more sort of countries in a collective action. That's not the easy question. I mean, that's not easy to answer. But let me briefly explain why ASEAN Plus 3 has been so far, in a sense, successful in the context of regional cooperation. Well, actually, ASEAN alone may not be enough. ASEAN Plus 3 is a kind of a relatively comfortable sort of a regional platform, because they are very much connected through the global value chain. If we look at the interregional transaction of ASEAN, it's only about 25%, just 1/4 of the entire trade. But if we look at the in ASEAN Plus 3 context, interregional trade accounts up more than 50%. Previously, let's say 10 years ago, but even those global value chain, exports went to the US or Europe. But now the interregional sort of a production is consumed interregionally. So in a sense, each country of the member has some sense, they have some stake to make discussion. Comparing with ASEAN Plus 3, it's not easy to make this kind of argument with South Asia or Central Asia, but we can start establishing some sense of common understanding or maybe through the expansion of the global value chain, we may be able to expand this ASEAN Plus 3 to other regions. Without the sense of commonality, or in a sense, we call it regionalism, it's not easy to create this kind of common value. But in any sense, experience sharing is starting point, I would say. And the sharing of ADBI should be shared with other regions so that we can expand the sense of region. At least, I think we have a sense of Asia. So we don't need to create maybe sub-region, but starting from ASEAN Plus 3, we may be able to expand to entire Asia.
Thank you very much, Satoru-san. Yeah, I cannot agree more with you, especially about knowledge sharing. So I see how government, when they see some country already done this, they always ask how they did it, what challenges they face. So they're always interested in this knowledge sharing, even from other regions. Yeah, so I cannot agree more to that. Thank you so much. We have another question in chat from Feng Zhang. Besides ADB, are there other MDBs, for example, World Bank, AIIB, or NDB, collaborating on this regional regime?
Very good question. Actually, African Development Bank tried to follow the model of ABMI. To be frank, I don't know to what extent that is successful. Well, World Bank and IMF, I don't know to what extent they are paying attention to the regionalism. Just a frank observation, in order to push the regionalism, we always feel that actually we say the region, but we also try to avoid kind of a one-size-fits-all approach. We always feel that the solution needs to be tailored. The experience sharing is good, but we don't want to create some sort of a one model and try to fit that into the other country. I don't think that will work. But through the sharing experience, we always try to create some sort of a tailored approach. And I think so far that has been supported by our member countries. I don't know to what extent IMF and the World Bank can do such approach, because also they need to deal with so much diverse countries. So that would be, I say, my answer to that question.
Thank you very much, Satoru-san. Yeah, please, audience, be active, because this is great opportunity to ask from Satoru-san all the questions. So these great initiatives ADB did. My comment for Satoru-san, because your paper says like ASEAN Plus 3. I didn't read your paper because I wasn't provided, but from your presentation, people might get impression that some initiatives only for ASEAN Plus 3. So my suggestion to make it visible for other regions as well, like this is not limited only ASEAN, like ETM, IFCAP, any regions also can learn. So to make it message not like this is only for ASEAN Plus 3, but for all countries to make it informative. So governments from all other countries can print your presentation, your paper, and use it as a guidance how to work with ADB.
Yeah, and that's very important point. And actually, we receive formal interest from some of the countries. Like, for example, Mongolia now has admitted to one of the forum to discuss the issues regionally, kind of a private sector, public sector joint forum called ASEAN Plus 3 Bond Market Forum. And private sector doesn't have any issue, but for public sector, like a Minister of Finance of Mongolia, if they want to join the forum regularly, we have to ask our member countries, but they are quite happily accept Mongolia to join the forum. So the experience sharing, knowledge sharing is quite important. We also receive some interest from Central Asia. So there are ways to be included of course, in terms of governmental communication, like as I showed in the institutional framework, ASEAN Plus 3 Finance Ministers Central Bank Governors meeting, I don't think other countries can join easily, but through sort of a knowledge sharing, technical advice, and also mutual learning, we of course can expand our support, and also we are doing.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So we have 20 seconds left. Yeah, just quick question. So Satoru-san, using this opportunity, I'm moderator. I'm interested when digitalization, you talked about taxonomy. So when digitalization is used for energy efficiency improvement and other greening, can this be counted as green project eligible, let's say, for green finance, sustainable finance?
Even the digitalization and the green, right? Well, actually, I have to say, also the ABMI also deal with the digitalization and the promotion of digital economy. But I also have to emphasize that digital is just a mean, I mean, the tool. So the tool to enabling the goal. So every aspect, digitalization is inevitable. Well, you know, if you just look at the sort of a Bitcoin mining, they sort of consume huge electricity. It's not green. But of course, the blockchain technology, other sort of a technology can sort of facilitate more sort of a decentralized data management, which may contribute to the more efficient data management. So again, I have to say that digitalization is an enabler, and we need to think digitalization every aspect of our actions.
Great. Thank you so much, Satoru-san. I really hope that your presentation slides you are allowed to put on ADBI website,
sure.
and your paper will be on our website. So that will be really like a handbook for government. Your slides, well, because ADB got so many projects, but sometimes it might be confusing for people. So your illustration was really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yeah. Let's move to the next paper. So we had paper about reporting and ASEAN Plus 3 green finance. So let's go to next paper, number 3, International Green Economy Networks, Pathways of Peril for SDG 13. And it will be presented by Emma Asbeth, Associate Professor from ANU School of Law. And she's also Associate Director from Zero Carbon Energy for Asia Pacific Grand Challenge, Australian National University. This is a great challenge you have. I think you started it from 2017 or 16, something. I follow your challenge. Yeah, so I'm excited to hear.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dina, and thank you to all the organisers for inviting us to participate in this excellent conference. So I'll just hope that the screen share works. Hopefully you're seeing that, and if I can get Zoom out of the way, you'll see it in full screen. All right, there we go. So what I'm going to talk about today is first to introduce a relatively new phenomena at the intersection of the global regimes for sort of economics and climate governance, and then to sort of do some mapping of these new sort of actors, if you like, or regulatory tools, and to see what impact the evolving network of these international green economy collaborations might have on different countries' opportunity to achieve SDG 13. So firstly, I'm going to introduce you to International Green Economy Collaborations, or IGECs, as I call them for short. Then we're going to look at a network analysis of IGECs formation between different countries, see how that network's changed over time, see how different IGEC features are more or less prevalent in different groupings of countries, try and quantify which countries are more central to the network of IGECs, and then draw some conclusions. So firstly, what are IGECs? So in a recent paper published earlier this year, we define international green economy collaborations as international, meaning between government, policy collaborations aimed at achieving mutual economic and environmental benefits through supporting structural change in both domestic economies and shared value chains. So there's a couple of key words in that definition, but one that I think is really important to focus on is that mutual word. So as we'll see, these international green economy collaborations, they may look superficially a lot like, say, deep trade agreements or international economic partnerships, but they very much differ in that these IGECs never contain enforcement mechanisms. They never have an appetite for there to be any loser within any partner country. They're always focusing on the win-wins, both the partners involved and for industry and the environment. And that makes them a very flexible and interesting tool in the context of greening economies. So some leading examples, one is the Australia-Singapore Green Economy Agreement, which came in sort of signed earlier this year, which is probably the most advanced currently example of an IGEC. It is really quite a detailed agreement. But IGECs can be as little as a sort of 1 or 2 page joint statement of intent or memorandum of understanding between countries. So, you know, currently the US-EU carbon-based sectoral arrangement on steel and aluminium trade is not more than a joint statement of intent. So what are these IGECs? What are they comprised of? We collected data on the full universe of international green economy collaborations as it stood earlier this year. And we mapped what the features were of these. What did they contain in order to understand sort of what they are as an instrument? And very relevant to the previous presentation, information sharing was the #1 thing that was included in essentially all IGECs. Governments wanting to share learnings and share information. The second most common feature is technology collaboration. So countries wanting to share learnings about research and development relevant to green and clean technologies. More recently, we're seeing some countries moving towards scaling up of their green economy ambitions. So going beyond the R&D phase towards sort of moving from innovation to industry policy, so to speak. So we're starting to see regulatory collaboration between countries at this phase. And this can include things like the green taxonomies that we were just talking about, or on embedded emissions accounting frameworks. So how do we agree how we quantify what the embedded emissions are in a particular product? This is, of course, relevant for things like certification of green goods, but also for supporting trade-related climate policies, such as carbon border adjustment mechanisms. Education, also quite a common feature, although we'll see a particularly distinct set of countries involved in having specific education, you know, training of government officials being the leading example. Financing. So it's actually quite uncommon to see these sort of financing commitments turn up in international partnerships, but we're seeing them turn up in these international green economy collaborations. And as we'll see later, this seems to be driven by the climate finance commitments that we've had come out of the international climate regime. And last but not least, a very sort of new element of these IGECs, prevalent only since around 2019, has been once again towards scale up features of market coordination, trade and supply chain development. So having understood what these things are comprised of, you might be already forming some ideas in your own mind about what the drivers or objectives are of these IGECs in the minds of the governments who are signing them. And I apologize that the slide's gone a little odd looking in terms of the 3D. The #1 objective or sort of raison d'etre for these collaborations appears to be what I would call international green industrial policy. So if you take a sort of neoclassical economic approach to green industrial policy in a domestic setting, you might think of it as being policies to address market failures that are limiting the growth of green domestic industries. The IGEX, on the other hand, are policies aimed at addressing market failures that are limiting the growth of new green cross-border supply chains between the partner countries. So that's the sense in which we can think of them as international green industrial policy. Another emerging and increasingly important role of IGEX is to try to reduce conflicts between domestic green industrial policies. As we know, green industrial policies in one country can have potentially detrimental impacts for trade and investment in another country. So partners can sometimes use IGEX as a way, excuse me, of trying to align their green industrial policies domestically and avoid negative impacts for each other. As I mentioned earlier, there's quite clear evidence that the climate regime, that the UNFCCC conferences of parties have had a strong impact on the timing of the formation of these collaborations. And indeed, the UNFCCC COPs consistently have included calls for collaboration between countries to achieve decarbonisation. And finally, perhaps the most sinister of the potential drivers for IGEX is strategic trade policy, in particular diversification of supply chains. And we'll see some evidence of this later in the presentation. So as I mentioned earlier, one way of viewing these things is as an element of green industrial policy. And indeed, we have mapped what sort of market failures tend to afflict the development of green supply chains between countries, and mapped that to the actual features that you find in the IGEX. And as we can see here, there's a pretty good mapping suggesting that governments do have this sort of objective in mind when they're forming IGEX. We also, as I mentioned, had a look at which were the most prevalent features of IGEX. And this is from the previous paper. And so bear this in mind later when we see how common here information sharing and education are relative to where those sort of features show up when we start mapping the actual network of who's signing what with whom. All right, so the novel contribution of the work I want to present to you today is really this network analysis of these international green economy collaborations. So in case you're not all that familiar, we're doing a social network analysis where the nodes or the dots on the graph that you're about to see are parties or countries, usually countries, sometimes the EU, to an international green economy collaboration. The lines or the edges connecting those dots represent the existence of an international green economy collaboration between those two partners. And if you're really into this stuff, we use a Commander Kawai algorithm in order to arrange the graphs. So this is the overall network of all international green economy collaborations of all time that we were able to identify in our data, noting that the first of these, there were a few signed back in the late 1970s, but most of them have been signed since the Kyoto Protocol was signed in the late 90s. Now, I know, I apologize, it's hard to fit a lot of countries onto the screen, so you might not be able to see all that clearly. But just to highlight, my favorite feature of this graph, in fact, is that the algorithm showed IGEX forming a heart-shaped global network, which I just think is really quite cute, since the concept of collaborating towards green economies is certainly one that we could all love. Looking at who is where in this network, in the top left here, we have, as you can see, mostly the Asian countries. Down the bottom right, sort of opposite to them, we have mainly the European countries. Interesting, and watch the movement of this group because they're a very relevant group for IGEX, is really what I would call sort of the BRICS plus constellation there. And one very interesting feature is how South Korea, throughout all of our analyses, is really positioned quite close to the BRICS. Now, South Korea, obviously a very high income country these days, but at the time the Kyoto Protocol was formed, it was not an Annex II country. In other words, it was treated as a developing country. And that seems to have had an impact on how South Korea has positioned itself in this particular network. Finally, sort of who is situated at the heart, as sort of the center of the heart. No surprises, I guess, to see the United States, but also Japan, importantly, Singapore, Australia, and New Zealand. Now, obviously, Australia and New Zealand are not huge countries, unlike the US. I think what stands out about this group is that they're essentially the more Western-oriented APEC members in large part. And so just highlighting the important role that these countries have in sort of marrying East and West and potentially moving towards global alignment on things like regulatory collaboration, definitions for green taxonomies, and embedded emissions accounting. As I mentioned, our graph has traced the evolution of these IGECs over time. So we start here with, ignoring the sort of 2 IGECs from the late 70s. Oh, sorry. Start here with the first post-Kyoto phase. So this is up to 2005. Once again, I think the most interesting element of this transition is going to be the movement of the BRICS countries. So as you can see, back in this first phase of IGEC formation, the largest BRICS at the time in terms of economies are all in part of the central network. In fact, South Africa is not even on the edge of that central network. They're sort of one step in. Indonesia has not yet made it into the network, though. As we move to that 2006 to 2015, the sort of height of Chinese ascension before some sort of Western backlash, we actually do see China quite central to IGECs formed during this period. So note, each time I show you a graph, it doesn't have the previous IGECs in it. It's only new formed IGECs during that time. Russia, Indonesia's now appeared, part of the central. Russia is still in the central heart. And India, interestingly, has really begun quite an elaborate program of forming these collaborations with partner countries. So in a sense, making it the center of its own network of IGECs. And in this period, India was the only one. India, Brazil, and South Africa were sort of only forming with each other and not really part of the central network. Now, this is the most recent period when sort of we know the US, for example, started to feel more threatened by China. And indeed, China has not been part of any of the IGECs formed in this most recent period, nor has Brazil. South Africa, India, and Indonesia are also clearly, and Russia are also clearly in the periphery and not part of the core network that's being formed during this most recent period. So for those people who are concerned that these collaborations might be being used for sort of strategic trade policy purposes, I think this would suggest there is quite likely an element of that going on. So not all IGECs are created equal. As I said, some are very sort of quite lengthy and detailed, like the Australia-Singapore Green Economy Agreement, and some are very short. They also vary in terms of what they include in terms of those features that I mentioned earlier. So starting with, the sort of most innocuous, information sharing and education. Information sharing, as you can see on the left-hand diagram, very prevalent. A lot of almost all IGECs contain the information sharing element. In terms of education, you can see it's really been India who's been the champion in terms of including education for government officials as part of an IGEC program. In addition to that, that IPG there is, of course, the International Partners Group, who are those forming the Just Energy Transition Partnerships. And indeed, that's what the Vietnam, Indonesia, South Africa, Senegal IGECs are representing. They are JTIPs. Japan also in its collaborations with the Caribbean countries. You get a very different looking pattern if you look at regulatory collaboration. And here what you can see is that central core of sort of Western allies, if you like, including once again, you know, the US, UK, Germany, France, Australia and New Zealand managed to get themselves in there as well. And on either side, on the right-hand side, you have sort of smaller Western allies, and then on the left-hand side, almost the kind of BRICS plus type constellation. So once again, this is where there's the most sort of separate groups emerging when we're talking about regulation to design the rules of the new green economy. But once again, seeing the importance of those centrally located countries to have the opportunity to connect the different potentially emerging regulatory regimes. Finally, the IGECs that include market collaboration, trade and supply chain coordination. So the ones that are probably most angled towards strategic trade policy, if you like. Once again, quite a clear cluster of Western economies, and you'll notice quite rather distant positions, if at all, for the BRICS countries. So if you're using social network analysis, you're actually also able to quantify. I've sort of been talking qualitatively about the locations of different countries in these networks. You're also able to quantify the centrality of countries in these networks. And we use two of the most common measures of that. The first one simply being a normalized form of how many different connections you have. In other words, how many different international green economy collaborations you're part of. The second being slightly more sophisticated, being a measure of how central you are in terms of connecting other countries to each other. And so just confirming here that India and Japan, who we saw had done a lot of effort to expand the sort of extensive margin of the network, are indeed ranked number 1 and 2 in terms of centrality to the network, followed by the US and interestingly, Australia and New Zealand. Note, of course, that we've got the EU in these measures separate to the European powers themselves. On the right-hand side, sort of the least, some of the least central countries, or in other words, the most peripheral countries, these 5 are actually just a random representation of the 20-odd countries who are only in the network via a single connection or a single IGEC of which they are part. And of course, there are other countries that are not part of any IGECs. Using our alternative measure of centrality, this is probably the more nuanced one. It's interesting to see that the EU has really moved up in the rankings here. So third would find Japan and India. And that's particularly notable considering Belgium, which is an EU member, is number 5. And there's 3 or 4 other major European countries, all within the top 15 countries in terms of ranking. So the Europeans and their efforts have really got themselves quite central. So in conclusion, I'm actually going to conclude ahead of time. Oh, sorry. It's, oh gosh, sorry, I'm really struggling here. So we've looked at a new form of collaboration on sort of green economy development and studied how this network, which is consistent only of bi and plurilateral agreements, might be affecting different countries. We noticed overall there's this sort of heart shape where we have east and west, but also a central core connecting the east and west. So real potential for global convergence if we choose to take it that way. However, there are, of course, the usual suspects more central to this network, and the usual suspects who are intentionally or otherwise on the periphery or being pushed towards the periphery. We know if we want to achieve SDG 13, it's important that green economy growth does not just happen for the already well-off countries. We need to ensure that we bring more countries into the heart of this emerging network. So we need more countries to follow India and Japan's lead in reaching out to countries on the periphery of this network and bringing them in. It's really quite notable that the US has no connections with countries that are only sort of on the periphery. The US is really concentrated on other important countries, so to speak, from its own sort of personal perspective. One exception to that, which I think is a really important development, is the International Partners Group, where the US and the EU are together with other partners and forming those just energy transition partnerships. So this is a really positive step that we might hope can be replicated and expanded. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to discussion and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma, for a very clear and interesting presentation. For me, it's the first time I see such this topic presented about this network of international collaboration. And it's great that from previous paper, Satoru-san just highlighted how important for countries to learn from each other, knowledge sharing and collaboration together. And here you contributing, like, so we are all on the same page. And I would like to invite now discussants. So please, audience, note that after discussion, we'll have again open Q&A. Please don't be shy. Please be active. We want it interactive. We need your questions. So Washin Lee, she kindly agreed to read the paper by Emma and provide comments. She's Associate Professor, School of Energy and Environment, City University of Hong Kong. Please.
Thank you, Chair, for the kind introduction, and also thank Emma for the very good presentation. It is a very big challenge for me to read this conference paper, but then I need to also dig into the literature to find the publication appeared in the Energy Research and Social Science, which has documented the research processes that help me understand the data collection processes and also the significance of this initiative. So first of all, I would like to highlight the novelty appeared in both papers. It is a quite interesting phenomenon, and also Emma has done a very good job to differentiate what these international green economy collaborations are and how they are different from the existing trade agreements, etc. So by looking at the co-benefits, quote unquote, Emma used mutual benefits between industrial development and environmental and also like climate initiatives. And then for achieving those mutual benefits, then different countries collaborate with each other. And she digged into those collaborations to understand what is in there in terms of how the money would flow between different countries, knowledge, information, and also education activities. And then at this level, mainly looking at what is written in those formal agreements. And also in this article, she went one step further, not only to look at those, what is written there, but also to try to find the patterns in terms of the distribution of what has been done by whom, and then to understand those, how those different sovereignties and probably like regional sovereignty like EU, they have worked together to form networks, and how that network has changed over time. So I think in terms of both the topic and also the analytical approaches, those are quite significant contribution to the existing literature and also to the practice, because she also, I guess, taken from this article, she also wanted to see what can be done to improve those collaboration networks, and then to properly bring the countries that are currently located in the peripheral places back into become closer to the center points. And I guess the significance can also be highlighted by there is one big challenge faced by all the countries all over the world, that is basically 1 ton of carbon has to be priced the same across the world. And then the initiatives that have been documented or agreed upon in those agreements or collaborations are actually aimed to make sure different countries would value carbon reduction and also climate adaptation actions more or less at the same level, to align with the global targets for sustainable development and also the Paris Agreement. As we can see, the social cost of carbon is so different if we apply different discount rates, and those discount rates basically are determined by the preferences of people in different countries, policymakers, and also how the economy is shaped in terms of the industrial composition and also the cost of capital, etc. So those efforts embedded in those collaboration networks actually will become extremely helpful to make sure carbon will be valued and priced more or less to become more even across the globe. And then I would like to go into depth about the research design a little bit. In terms of the methods for data collection, the subject of analysis, as Emma has already highlighted, it's more sovereignties, and in the form of the formal agreements assigned between them. And then the data sources, this is what I did from the previous paper. Just for your information, she has done a very thorough job to gather materials from all different sources. And then in terms of the search, because we know just something behind the ChatGPT, there's tons of information and written materials out there. How can she take what is needed to compile the data set? And she applied the search queries such as, let me go one step further. This one. So these search queries include like international, global, transitional, and also touches upon the environmental element, like green environment, climate, clean energy, and then the industrial policies, economy, industrial policy, and then collaborations. So those are actually keywords to conceptualize the concepts in the research, in the topic of the research project. And what I would suggest for Emma to consider is those terms are imposed by the researcher themselves. And then how about also to combine the keywords from the bottom up? What I mean by bottom up is in the end, the project will have to look into exactly what kind of sectors the agreements would touch upon. So in this sense, if we only use economy or industrial policy, may actually miss out some of those important initiatives or agreements. And if we cast the nets a little bit wider, then we may able to improve the comprehensiveness of this data set. And later on, it will help increase the validity of the analysis. And also, in terms of the framing, Emma has done a very good job to lay out the functions of those collaboration networks against the market failures. And it might be more productive if you go back to also touch upon issues like externalities, because the root cause for having those collaboration networks is actually spatial spillover. We need to trace the supply chain that occur outside of a specific country, and then to see what kind of and how much spillovers have occurred in other places instead of one's own country. So in that sense, not only spatial spillovers, but also temporal spillovers can be brought into the analysis at a later time. And that would also help highlight the justice and the geopolitical issues in those collaboration networks. And of course, information asymmetry, and then in the end, collective actions can be enhanced. This is just one example that I thought might stimulate further thinking about how to operationalize those key concepts in the analysis. In terms of network analysis, right now the network is undirected, and also all the nodes are weighted the same. But in reality, a node can take different roles, right? One is like they will engage in the collaboration network, and the other is the import-export network. And also geographically, they may sit next to each other or on the same river basin, etc. So those kind of networks are actually defining what role a node can take, and that could help to build a directed network in the future. And in terms of weight, there are several ways to assign weight to a node, such as the size of economy or population, or whether they have been the leading country in multilateral bank, etc. And in the end,
sorry, Wanxinli, unfortunately the time is up.
Yeah.
How about we will pass your slides to Offer, and if she has questions, she will contact you. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and maybe if we don't have many questions, maybe we will let you continue. So let's let me ask Emma if you would like to respond to some of the comments from discussion.
Thank you, Wanchu, for very kind, but also very insightful and helpful comments. And I very much hope you do pass on those slides to me, because I couldn't take as many notes as I would like to. I think all of the suggestions were really helpful, and in particular, the weighting of the nodes is a really good suggestion, because one of the things that I had been grappling with is if you graph the network, in particular with the EU broken out into individual countries versus the EU as a single point, it looks dramatically different. And I think, weighting countries like the EU, would help. And similarly, there's sort of Australia and New Zealand hanging around in the center there. I suspect we would not be so central if the nodes were weighted. So I think that's a really excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. Yeah, great. For me, this, as I said, this topic is, I'm not very familiar. So it was really interesting for me to watch about this, how countries, and I really appreciate that you included so many countries from developing Asia, especially you, like, for example, Central Asia. Not many papers include that, and you have it. So it's nice that you have great diversity of developing Asian countries, not just big countries, but also small economies. So that's great. While we're waiting for questions, I really ask audience, please ask your questions about international collaborations. As Emma said, that could really help your countries to reduce emissions. So Emma, question from me, using this opportunity as our moderator. So I see that you, in your paper, you mainly focused on linking, which countries, but what would you give policy recommendations for countries, for, like, we understand the benefits of international collaboration, but so, okay, so countries say, yes, we want international collaboration. So what would be your policy recommendations for countries to strengthen their international collaborations?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think it's something that your diplomats, can be asking for of your trading partners. And in particular, if you think your country has a particular opportunity in green supply chains, talk to your potential trading partners about using one of these collaborations to provide, not only governance and regulatory and trade alignment, but also to facilitate technology transfer. So something that I didn't highlight here, which I think is really important, but was more evident in the earlier paper, we know that climate finance mechanisms like the Clean Development Mechanism have received a lot of criticism over the years, partly because of poor governance and lack of, associated knowledge and technology transfer associated with those finance flows, if those flows happen at all. And what we see is that these IGECs can actually provide that governance framework for the finance flows, and we're seeing them increasingly be used like that. And the Just Energy Transition Partnerships are a good example of that. So if you have countries that you're talking to who are a potential trade partner for a new green industry, or who are talking to you about offering you climate finance, I strongly recommend saying, well, hey, what about one of these international green economy collaborations as a means of providing a stronger governance framework for those different collaborations? The other thing that I think, I showed how sort of, some of the BRICS were being a bit marginalized more recently in the network. I think that's a real shame, and an unnecessary shame in some ways, because one of the great things about these is there's no enforcement mechanism. There's no losers, is the idea of these collaborations. It's always those sort of mutual win-wins. So that means they're actually a form of, diplomacy that might be possible even in geopolitically more strained times. And for example, California and China have recently signed one of these.
Great, thank you so much, Emma. You mentioned just energy transition. I know that it was not easy negotiation. Everything takes time. So international collaboration, it takes a lot of time, negotiation. So from your maybe experience, because you work at Net Zero Challenge, right, Australia, but you included in your challenge, I think you also have collaboration with ASEAN. You also, what I really like in your challenge, you also include indigenous impact on indigenous people. So that's really nice proposal. And I call all audience actually not just learn from paper presentations, but go to affiliations of our distinguished excellent speakers and check what they are doing. You can really learn from their institutions as well. Like I gave some links already.
Thank
Emma,
you
from your experience, could you please share us what are the challenges? How did you overcome? Like really from your experience. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and I think that's something worth pointing out. We know that the energy transition is a very complicated thing to achieve. And we know increasingly countries are needing to undertake policies that are having trade and investment implications. And there is a great danger of those trade and investment implications being negative, particularly for developing countries. So I think it's important to understand that that's actually one of the roles of these green economy collaborations. Once again, if you can work with your trading partners to try and make sure that their green industrial policies don't negatively affect you. And one way of understanding these in trade parlance would be as trade facilitation for green trade is really what these do. The other important thing to note, you know, if you're a relatively small economy, you might have difficulty sort of convincing a major economy to sign, you know, to invest a lot of resources in a very complicated agreement with you. Like the Just Energy Transition partnerships are quite involved for all the partners, right? So as a small economy, it might actually be worth that effort for you. So the important thing to note about these is that they can start from a simple 2-page MOU, which is setting up pathways for discussion and information sharing, which can help to then grow a relationship over time. So I think that's one of the other advantages of these is you don't need a huge sort of diplomatic or bureaucratic investment to set them up initially. You can plant some seeds and grow relationships over time.
Great, thank you so much. So in my country, we say the road will be completed by someone who is walking.
Excellent.
So I think that's the message. Just start it and do it. And while you're walking, you will realize the challenges and how to overcome it. So that's great.
And if you're talking to each other, yeah. Thanks so much, Jen.
Yeah, great. I see that many organizations happy to share knowledge, like dear audience, you see today we had excellent distinguished speakers, everyone happy to share knowledge. I really like it. So please visit their websites, visit their papers like Emma shared, QR code, excellent, thank you so much. Some of the links which I quickly catch up, I put in chat box. So audience, please check them after the event. Don't just finish this event and that's it, done. Please try to make lessons learned. What can you do, your country, follow up on this topic. So I would like just to, because no more questions came up, not because I just want to talk, but because no questions. So let me just everyone summarize. So we had today excellent 3 papers covering reporting. Then Satoru-san said about knowledge, importance of knowledge sharing, information, and over financing opportunities from ADB. And also Emma shared about the importance of international collaborations. So we all and everyone said why we need it in order to attract finance. I think that's the most common question I hear from governments, from organizations, like where to get money. And so exactly these things can help you to attract more finance. So I hope we answered this question. Once ADBI will publish, please revisit our website. And sorry, I had to be strict on time. Why? Because although we're going to have break, but I really want ADBI team who are working hard on this event, I want them to have a nice break for their health and they can eat well. So that's why I don't want to overuse my time. That's why I want to end this session. Daniel, anything you want to say?
Not so much. Thank you very much, Dina, for chairing, being a very great chair, I think, for this session. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Asian Development Bank Institute Annual Conference. This is our 3rd and last panel session of the day. The moderator for this panel discussion on global and local partnerships in SDG financing will be John Byrne, who is the Vice Chair of Research and Senior Research Fellow at ADBI. Okay, John, over to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for joining this final session of the 2023 ADBI Annual Conference. As Daniel mentioned, this session will be on global and local partnerships in SDGs financing. I think this is a very important issue, of course, the issue of financing. We are all aware of the financing gap that exists with the SDGs. And I hope that after this session, we will have some more insights into how to address some of those gaps, what the challenges are, both at the local and at the global level. We have 4 excellent speakers as part of this session. I will name them now, and then I will provide an outline of the structure of the session. So we will start with a presentation by Charles Kenny, who's Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Development. That will be a video presentation recorded. We will then move to the panel session, whereby 3 panelists will provide their views. The first one will be Yanatsa Puri, who's Associate Vice President, Strategy and Knowledge Department at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. We also have an intervention by Francis Misegwe, who is Chief Economist and Director of Economic Research and Knowledge Management at the Uganda Development Bank. And our final panelist is Dong-Young Park, who's Economic Advisor at the Economic Research and Development Impact Department at ADB. Now, the structure of the session will be, we will have 3 rounds. So each panelist or each speaker will have an initial intervention, which will last around 10 to 12 minutes. We will then move to the second round, which will be a 5 to 7 minute intervention by each of the panelists. We will move to a lower number of panelists. I will explain that as we go through it. As I said earlier, Charles will provide a video presentation and he will not be part of the panel. And then we will complete the session with a Q&A round whereby we will take questions from the audience, and that will last for about 10 minutes. So for the first round, which will last around 45 minutes in total, we will start with the video presentation of Charles Kenny. So please go ahead and play the video directly.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak. Talk about recent successes and disappointments around financing for the SDGs. I think international finance has demonstrated it has an important role to play, but also that we need considerable changes if we want to help it deliver more rapid progress when it comes to sustainable development. I titled this intervention "The Unfulfilled Promise of SDG Financing." Perhaps it should have been "The Unfulfilled Promises," because back in 2015, we promised both more and better. Instead, I think pretty much we've delivered about the same amount of about the same quality of financing. Meeting the SDGs is, of course, about a lot more than money. Coming close to reaching the rate of change demanded by the SDGs across sectors would take radical policy change in countries rich and poor alike. And frankly, we aren't seeing so much of that. But leave aside the broader development policy question for a minute. Is traditional finance for development playing a role in delivering progress on the SDGs? I think it's fair to say that finance for development continues to be mostly successful at what it does. There's mounting evidence connecting official financing with economic growth and progress against poverty, especially in the poorest countries. It is simply hard to argue that aid hasn't played some part in outcomes like reduced child mortality or increased primary school completion. ADB's own evaluation suggests that the sovereign success rate in 2020 to 2022 averaged 68%. Admittedly, that's down from 77% between 2016 and 2018. That still suggests that more than 2/3 of projects are a success. Numbers are similar or even better across other NDBs. There are a lot of quality investments being made that are financed by NDBs, others financed by bilateral ODA and other official flows. International finance, and in particular international public finance that gets to developing countries, is still delivering development outcomes. There's no strong reason to think that international support is simply substituted for domestic finance. Global tax revenues as a percentage of GDP went up from 14.1% to 15.8% from 2015 to 2021. And in most developing countries, revenues have at least kept pace with GDP. The academic literature, arguable though it is, suggests that maybe $1 of grants reduces tax efforts by 10 cents, or maybe less. Of course, it may be that international finance is funding particular projects that might have been funded anyway. But there's at least a weak consensus that it increases overall investment as well as consumption. That said, it is clear that existing financing is utterly inadequate to the task of delivering on the SDGs. Costing studies suggest we need 5.4 trillion to 6.4 trillion annually every year between now and 2030. And even then, and even if the majority comes from domestic sources, the global financing need still dwarfs supply. Overseas development assistance, ODA, is perhaps 180 billion a year. MDB disbursements to governments supply maybe 20 billion a year between 2015 and 2021. We simply aren't getting the large aid increases, let alone the large capital increases with MDBs. And the capital adequacy changes, squeezing more out of existing resources, are helpful. They are almost insignificant compared to our declared financing requirements. Meanwhile, and despite promises from donors, climate finance has not been new and additional, but is robbing the development SDGs to pay for the sustainability SDGs. Look at ODA that actually reaches developing countries rather than being spent at home by donors. You get about 0.25% of DAC donor GNI in 2009. In 2021, 12 years later, ODA reaching developing countries was worth 0.25% of GNI, exactly the same proportion. But climate finance, largely financed out of ODA, has dramatically grown over that time. It is eating into the ODA budget, not expanding that budget. Making the problem worse is that official finance is also facing constraints because of growing debt sustainability issues. And that applies to MDBs, DAC donors, China, and other new donors alike. Greater financial flows aren't going to be sustainable if they don't come with lower interest rates, and in some cases, debt relief. Meanwhile, we haven't discovered ways to make available finance a lot more efficient. Again, the average MDB financed or aid agency finance program, I think, works in that it delivers at least most of the results that were hoped for it. We haven't found a way to turn $1 of finance into multiple dollars of impact. The most obvious example of that is a benighted idea floated by the multilateral development banks in 2015, billions to trillions. That's the notion that $1 of official finance could mobilize $10 of private finance to deliver on the SDGs, and it has remained implausible. The private sector is crucial to jobs, innovation, and long-term growth. But it was always a bit much to pretend it was going to deliver most of the public infrastructure and basic services like health and education that are central to SDG progress. If you look at public-private partnerships and infrastructure in low and middle-income countries, for example, projects were worth about 113 billion in 2015 and have never reached above 100 billion since then. Even in those projects, about 30% of the investment financing is public and frequently comes alongside ongoing subsidies and payment commitments from the public sector. Overall, about 90% of infrastructure finance in developing countries remains public. At the moment, we're closer to $1 of public finance mobilizing 10 cents of private financed infrastructure, rather than $10, as was promised by billions to trillions. Now, it's important to note that the MDBs continue to successfully leverage public resources in their own borrowing operations, with each $1 of the ADB's equity financing $3 of lending, for example. But on the investment side, even a 1-to-1 ratio of crowding in private finance remains an aspirational target. And rising global interest rates suggest, if anything, a smaller role for the international private sector in supporting sustainable investments, because debt burdens in many developing countries are already high, and adding the contingent liabilities associated with public-private partnerships will only make that worse. And we really haven't figured out how to use subsidized finance to efficiently deliver results. Climate finance is a particularly acute example of that. My colleagues at CGD estimate that the climate mitigation projects financed by institutions including the MDBs and the Green Climate Fund vary by more than 100-fold in terms of their cost effectiveness as measured by dollars per ton of carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere. The World Bank Group's use of subsidies in general has led to minimal leverage, often one-to-one or less, and proven extremely difficult to scale. In the absence of a global carbon market, the World Bank has supported an ersatz equivalent, and the result has not been reassuring. The failure of the clean development mechanism as a carbon credit trading system came alongside considerable doubts as to its certification mechanism when it came to demonstrating additionality, that carbon credits were really associated with reduced greenhouse gas output. Bespoke project-level mechanisms that try to provide the minimum subsidy to generate the maximum greenhouse gas reduction are not only bureaucratically immensely complex, it isn't clear they work at all. More broadly, I don't think the last 10 years have thrown up an exciting and generalizable way to make official finance hugely more effective for delivering particular outcomes. I'm a fan of results-based aid, for example, but like other pull mechanisms, it requires that donors can fully contract what they want, which is to say they can clearly state in advance the outcome they really want to pay for, as well as excluding all the ways that outcome could be delivered with significant negative externalities. It turns out that can be really hard to manage. Development impact bonds and advanced market commitments are great when they work, but they suffer exactly the same problem. Meanwhile, I think there are lots of places where direct cash transfers to poor people are the most efficient way to help, far better than in-kind spending. But almost by definition, giving someone cash doesn't deliver an outsized return. It delivers the return you'd expect from that much cash. That's not to say there aren't a whole lot of ways to make available development financing as a whole have a bigger impact. Not least, focus it on the poorest countries. All else equal, a dollar spent trying to improve development outcomes in the world's poorest places is likely to go considerably further than the same dollar spent in a richer country. In the poorest countries, for example, there is insufficient funding for even highly cost-effective health interventions that save her life for a few dollars. In richer countries, we're saving lives using far more expensive treatments. Similarly, it is cheaper to build a road in a poor country, and the impact of the road on travel times is likely to be more dramatic. So grant resources in particular should be saved for use in low and lower middle income countries, and the more focused on the lower end of that range, the better. Again, an immense amount of bilateral aid is delivered in small amounts through chains of consultants, and only 1/3 of current aid is actually implemented by recipient institutions, nearly all of that through multilateral development banks. Redirecting existing resources from lower impact donor-based spending to recipient-executed multilateral support would be a considerable win. But if billions to trillions won't happen, there will be other ways to achieve outside impact from aid that appear at least to be constrained. That means a lot more public finance to deliver on a huge development agenda is even more important to success. And again, that lot more simply isn't there. Given all that, perhaps it's not surprising there isn't much evidence of faster progress on SDG indicators since 2015, let alone the radical acceleration that will be necessary to meet the 2030 targets. If anything, we've seen the reverse. UN Secretary Guterres suggested in the latest UN report on the status of the SDGs that progress on more than 50% of the targets is weak and insufficient, and on 30% it has stalled or gone into reverse. Again, to be fair, the SDGs were incredibly ambitious. For a whole range of targets, they demanded simply historically unprecedented rates of progress. I don't think you can blame the people working in multilateral development banks or development agencies for that. I do think you can blame world leaders who set those ambitious goals and then did little, if anything, to change policies in the ways that were necessary to have any chance of meeting them. But I do want to end back on a positive note and to recall that there has been progress since 2015, despite all of the challenges from war, the pandemic, debt crises, and climate events. Extreme poverty is lower than it was, and HIV incidence has fallen 27%. Under 5 mortality has fallen from 4.3 to 3.8% of those born worldwide. In education, upper secondary school completion rates worldwide have risen from 53 to 58%. In infrastructure, the proportion of the world practicing open defecation has fallen from 10 to 5%. Access to electricity has risen from 87 to 91%. And in just a 7-year period, 1 in 7 of the world's population gained access to a bank account. 1% of the world's population is about 80 million people. These few percentage points of change since 2015 add up to better lives for hundreds of millions of people. Regarding sustainability, the share of renewable energy climbed from below 17 to above 19% of global energy production, and domestic material consumption per capita actually declined. International finance, including finance through multilateral development banks, has helped deliver that progress. We want more of it, and we want it faster. Capital increases at the MDBs and more development assistance can really help. Personally, I think it's about time donors and MDB shareholders acted on that fact. Thank you for your time, and I hope the rest of your conference is a success.
Okay, so as I said, Charles is unable to join us live, so that was a pre-recorded video. I think, first of all, we thank Charles for this set of issues that he has outlined. Whilst noting progress since 2015, there are clearly a number of challenges that we face in financing the SDGs, and these have been amplified by some recent events which have created problems in stimulating private sector investment, for example, with the tightening in global financial conditions, the need for greater efficiency of expenditure, and the need for greater progress on economies of scale through collaboration. I think the presentation by Charles has very well set the scene for the remainder of the panel. I would now like to invite our first panelist, who is Joe Puri, as I said, Associate Vice President at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And the question I have for Joe is, has the global financing of SDGs been effective so far, that is over the past 8 years, and did it complement or substitute domestic financing sources? So please go ahead, Joe, for 10 to 12 minutes.
Thanks very much, John. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great. I think, well, one of the key messages that I want to really talk about, that currently global financing of SDGs can be far more effective when especially targeting rural areas, smallholder farmers, and the vulnerable, specifically for SDG 1 and 2. I think in overall assessing the effectiveness of global financing, we need to be quite rigorous. And I really want to see as to how we can change the dialogue, not just at this conference, but internationally as well, in seeing as to how international public financing can and has been additional or not. And this is really important because we get, so for example, IFAD and I know ADB is funded from its member states. It's very important to understand the extent to which this is truly additional over what would have occurred anyway. And as Charles said in his video commentary as well, that in a lot of cases, we find that global international financing is either, it's hard to know as to whether it's displacing or whether it's additional. This is especially important for IFAD because when we are thinking about our targeting, we are looking at small-scale farmers or farmers that are cultivating on less than 5 hectares of land. And those are really key because for SDG 1 and 2, they are not only the more where extreme poverty lies, but they are also the ones that are producing 1/3 of our overall food globally. So if we really want to be food secure, and if we want to think about eliminating extreme poverty, these are the groups that we really need to target. And this is what IFAD also looks at and targets very specifically. Now, here, one of the things that we have adopted is thinking about understanding the extent to which our investments have been additional to what would have occurred anyway. And so in our assessment of the results that IFAD, or the International Fund for Agricultural Development, develops, we conduct what are called impact assessments on the portfolio of our projects. So we look at the areas where we are intervening and compare them with counterfactual areas, which are very similar, with the one difference to say that these are areas, so the counterfactual areas do not have IFAD coming in, and IFAD targeted areas have IFAD investments. Currently, IFAD investments approximate about $8 to $9 billion overall. So we look at those areas where IFAD is coming in, and then we compare that with the areas that IFAD is not coming in, and we find that overall, we, at least for SDG 2, we have been able to reduce the gap. So during our last impact assessment cycle, where we were looking at our investments of approximately $7.5 billion that closed in 2019 to 2021, IFAD financing was found to have increased incomes of 77.5 million people by more than 10%. 62 million people by more than 10% in terms of their production capacities, and 38 million people by over the and above the counterfactual. So this is all additional in terms of increasing their resilience by more than 10% to climate change as well as other shocks. So this is really important to recognize if we want to understand the overall gaps that we are seeing, but also the additionality question that we've got to try and answer. The other thing that I want to point out, other than the additionality, the measurement, and the assessments, to ensure that we are truly being, and I think there is a responsibility for global public institutions to show us the extent to which they are being additional. The other thing that I want to talk about is the climate financing. Now, we know, just before I come to that point, in SDG 1, remember, is removing poverty. SDG 2 is removing hunger, just in terms of simple messages. Given that we've got a financing gap in food systems, which is really relevant to SDG 2, of approximately $350 billion per year, which is, it becomes really important to understand the extent to which this public financing is able to cover that gap in an additional way. So I think that first point is important. So think about the SDG, and we are talking about SDG 1 and 2, and there we are able to show, for example, with the practices and the measurements that we do at IFAD, that we are able to be additional. The second message that I want to really give is with respect to climate financing. Now, the second message that Charles gave, and that I concur with heartily, is that climate financing has been actually eating away into the ODA budget. So, what used to get counted previously as ODA is now going very slowly and insidiously into getting called new and additional climate financing, but it's not truly new and additional in the way it was meant to be when Paris was signed. And that becomes really important to consider, that we've got to now think of galvanizing new and additional climate financing for as we go forward, which is not occurring right now. Even within climate financing, I think it's really important to recognize that there is quite a bit of challenge where we are seeing a large part of new and additional, well, where we are seeing a large part of global public financing or even ODA coming in is really in mitigation. And mitigation is, in mitigation, there are areas that are market ready, that, for example, many renewable energy technologies and large-scale renewable energy technologies seem to receive a lot of the investments that are coming from traditional financing that therefore are not really additional. It's really in adaptation, and this is where COP28 is going as well. It's really in adaptation that we've got to think about how we can bring in new and additional financing. In 2021-2022, adaptation received 18 times less funding than mitigation, even though this is exactly where public financing and global public financing should be going, because adaptation is context specific, it's hard, it is where most of the vulnerable are affected from climate disasters and climate shocks. And it is exactly where we need to target when we are thinking about eliminating extreme poverty or even poverty. But that's not where global public financing is really targeting itself. So where the key point that I want to make there is that current finance systems are not really fit for purpose, because developing countries don't really have access to the financing that they need to act on climate and adapt. We aim at IFAD to be highly complementary to domestic financing sources as well as international financing. We act as an assembler of finance. We combine our own funds with other international and domestic factors to maximize impact and to leverage additional financing that we crowd in also from the private sector. But importantly, the financing in this space still remains inadequate. As I said, that if we look at small-scale producers that are cultivating plots of land, anything from 0 to 5 hectares, they are able to increase global food security. But we are also seeing, for example, that just in the past 3 years, the financing that has gone to agri-food systems that is really located in the small-scale agri-food system has actually reduced. Currently, they're receiving only 0.8% of climate finance, which is approximately $5.5 billion, which is extremely dangerous if we really want to think about food security and SDG 2. And this has reduced from 2017, 2018 to 2019, 2021 by almost more than 40%. So I want to end with saying that there is huge potential. The responsibility lies in ensuring that we are truly looking at what is additional. Currently, the global financing system is not doing a great job in ensuring that this is new and additional, and climate financing is one way that we can see where this is not occurring in a very straightforward, measurable way. Thanks very much, John, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Joe, for these excellent comments. I think that the issue of additionality is very important, and you spoke very succinctly and clearly about the challenges faced with SDG 1, SDG 2, and also the issues around climate financing on adaptation. I think, whilst you were positive in terms of the challenges and the progress that has been made, I think that we still need to find some solutions to those challenges. And obviously, it's a big question. And I would like now to bring in our next panelist, who is Francis Mwesigwe, who is Chief Economist and Director of Economic Research and Knowledge Management at Uganda Development Bank. And the question that I have for Francis is, from your perspective, what are the main challenges to financing the SDGs? So really following on from what Joe has just discussed, and how can these challenges be overcome? Please go ahead for around 11 or 12 minutes.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'll follow up with that question, from where we stand as a DFI, we see quite a number of supply side and demand side challenges in as far as SDGs financing is concerned. And I'll start with sort of the supply side constraint, that is financing supply side. One, like all of us know, in the past few years, we saw the multiple shocks that hit the world. So there was already, especially for developing countries, a small fiscal space to finance SDGs. And this was definitely exacerbated by the multiple shocks we saw, COVID, geopolitical tensions, climate change, which we saw last year was general across the world. We saw interest rates, inflation increase. And later this year, we saw many countries, central banks coming to intervene by raising interest rates. And this had significant implications on SDG financing. Be it debt, because you realize that most of developing countries especially depend on debt to finance a number of SDGs. I'll speak to the COVID effects. So when COVID started, using Uganda as an example, we saw debt to GDP ratio increase from by more than 10 percentage points from around 38 to 49%, 38% in 2019 and 49% in 2022. There are other sub-Saharan African countries that were even hardly hit, more hit than Uganda. For example, Ghana. Ghana saw their debt to GDP ratio increase by more than 20 percentage points from around 63% in 2019 to around 88%. And when this happens, investors start fleeing. Actually, Fitch sovereign rating for Ghana, they issued a default rating. And what did that mean? That many investors started holding back and leaving the country. Definitely, you have a number of SDGs, either from decent jobs and other forms of investments, infrastructure, and so forth, were affected. So the shocks have been some of the real hard, of the most serious constraints and challenges at SDG financing. Because again, this was building on a small fiscal space for many developing countries. Related to that is what I've talked about, the geopolitical tensions. We saw these many development partners, many NGOs shift attention. There was a diversion of attention. I'll give an example again of Uganda. Uganda is Africa's largest refugee hosting country. Actually, the country hosts about 1.5 million people. During 2022, that was last year, there were cries of food insecurity in refugee communities. Why? Because a lot of attention, and right so, there were more pressing needs, urgent needs due to geopolitical tensions that we saw. This year was not even better. Now, when such conflicts and such tensions keep emerging, you really have other countries that were depending on this sort of support, they start getting suffocated. Of course, I talked about climate change. It's taking a new shape, and everyone has talked about it. Even Joe has just talked about it. And we saw it last year. Our inflation, food inflation last year in Uganda increased up to 28%. And it was the main driver of inflation, over inflation. And this was mainly due to climate change. Now, one would ask, and these are the arguments we already see. Can you hear me, John? I think I have a weak connection here in the hotel.
We can hear you.
It's fine, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll proceed. So climate change, so that has affected many, but we don't see a lot of financing going there. And I really want to speak to another constraint, now moving from the supply side to the demand side. From the demand side, we see limited preparedness to absorb financing. And I really want to follow up on climate change. One, it could be capacity-related constraints, but also appreciation is especially seemingly new and emerging areas. Because when you talk about green financing, for Uganda specifically, the country needs about $28.1 billion to implement the national determinant contributions. And the country can only raise 15% of these. But many engagements, as I speak today, I'm in Dubai. I'm here for COP28. But even the other previous meetings that we've participated in, you will always hear the cry from national development banks about financing. You tell us funding is there, but we don't see it. You tell us financing is there, we don't see it. But I'll use an example of Uganda Development Bank and what we have done in the past 3 years. In 2019, we embarked on a journey of establishing what we call a climate or green financing unit in the bank, so setting the environment for green financing in the country. Of course, we started with policies, strategies, and so forth, but the appreciation, even amongst the peers in the country, and the understanding of this. For example, many are still building green taxonomy, what is green. Under green financing, there is what they call greenwashing. The pretense that one is going to invest in green initiatives, but actually end up not investing there. The other issue is what Joe has talked about, where we prioritize. Of course, a lot of funding would be in the mitigation space. We want to do renewable energy. We want to do, but for developing countries, the argument has been, look, for example, Africa on 3% of the global carbon emissions. But then how do we offer rather mitigation and not adaptation? And we bear the biggest burden when it comes to the climate change effects. So there are these sort of frictions, also a largely limited preparedness. From where we sit as a bank, when we started on the journey, we worked on green trackers. We track all our projects, the extent which they are green, but even generating that data is hard. Green gas house accounting, how do you measure, how do you ensure that you're investing in green? But the other main issue is how do you generate quality pipeline? Because quite a number of funders and development partners that we've interfaced with, they would ask you, are you sure you have quality pipeline? You have right business? How big are they? So it's one thing having money, it's another thing deploying it. So all those remain key constraints, especially in developing countries where data systems are not well developed, are not mature enough to kind of answer quite a number of these questions. So that real poses a key challenge. On the demand side, again, there is unfavorable policy environment because again, this funding sometimes is attracted by the investment, rather by the environment that you set. We have had in a number of countries that there are still human rights abuses, that the institutions are not strong enough to protect minorities, to protect, gender, for example, gender issues remain key in these countries. So financing find it hard to flow to such a countries where systems and the environment is not robust. John, I talked about limited data quality. It's a key challenge. We have many indicators, SDG indicators that we don't have data on. Even where you have data, it's not international comparable. So then this limits, when you put in money, how do you track the performance of this money? And then lastly, on the challenges, I'd like to, maybe second last, misaligned priorities. I talked about mitigation versus adaptation. And we see it from where resources flow from to where resources are going. And then lastly, it is lack of concessionality of funding. This is now a supply side constraint. I talked about the effects of COVID. I talked about the inflation that we saw rise. We have really found it hard, especially from national development banks in developing countries, to get affordable financing. Interest rates have gone up. Benchmarks, labor SOFR have increased significantly, more than 5%. Now, if you're real to get financing at more than 5% and you deploy it in a local economy, we are talking of economy where private sector is real weak, largely informal. There are no, books of accounts, what you would call know your customer is real hard in such settings. So really the risk premium is so high. At what rate do you then give it to the private sector? It has been one of the key challenges that we really struggle with, especially in many developing countries. So this, we are hopeful that maybe from next year, as we're starting to see interest rates go down as inflation is tamed, that maybe the situation will get better. But real not to, I could speak until cows return home, But then I want to speak to a few strategies. How can we address these challenges? I think number one, again, I talked of supply side, and I've talked to these issues. Concessional financing, affordable long-term financing is very key. So these partnerships, whether local, but these would be largely international partnerships and engagements from bilateral and multilateral DFIs, for example, to national DFIs, there's a need for concessional financing. And it would even be better if this financing is blended. You blend it with grants. I'll give an example. When COVID hit Uganda, we got into partnership with the European Union. They gave Uganda Development Bank a grant, and we blended that with debt. Of course, our debt, we try to make as much as possible to make it cheaper. It's half market rate in terms of interest rates. But with that grant, it made it even much more cheaper, much more affordable, and it helped recovery mainly of the tourism sector, which was the most hit in the country and in many other countries. So I think blended financing concession is very key. Number two, from multilateral and bilateral arrangement partnerships, is the need for what we call syndications, because quite a number of these projects are real expensive. For example, infrastructure projects, even energy projects, that a single institution, especially based in poor countries, can single-handedly support. So we need syndications where we get institutions involving countries put in money, and then they syndicate with multilaterals and bilateral DFIs to support these projects. Related, and something that solve the demand side constraints that I talked about of lack of preparedness, informal sector, not have right information, are de-risking instruments. It's real hard supporting private sector in developing countries. I really talked about lack of preparedness. For example, in Uganda, 70% of businesses are informal. They don't keep books of accounts. And I've seen interesting programs such as Kaizen that gets in support small businesses on better business management practices, financial record keeping, and so forth. So these instruments such as insurance, guarantees are very key if you support such unprepared sectors. And this is where partnerships would be key. Technical assistance is very important, of course, to unlock financing. Again, using the same examples of limited preparedness. As a bank, we started what we call business advisory service, borrowing again from the key interventions out there like Kaizen and very many programs that have had a global effect in transformation of small businesses. We started that, and we see that many businesses, especially those owned and run by women, which were hitherto not prepared to receive and benefit from this funding to get money. They know how to organize their small businesses, keep records, keep their businesses neat, separate run businesses as real businesses are not just family activities that you do, not whether it brings in money or not. So such partnerships on technical assistance is important. As I conclude, I've talked about, again, the policy environment. There's also need for support in this space, that many governments need to be supported, put in place the right variable environments, policy environments. This could be through lobbying, it could be through engagements, it could be through any other forms of partnerships that can help improve the environment for implementation of SDGs. Lastly, is on data. The national statistical offices also face big challenges stemming from, of course, limited financing to generate the right data, but also capacity. So on data, we need real strong partnerships in that space. I do submit and thank you.
Thank you, Francis, for these excellent points. I think issues around measurement are very well taken, as well as the challenges related to the fiscal capacities of many economies, many developing economies in particular. You pointed to a solution around blended finance and de-risking. I think that will be key going forward, and we will see how that materializes as global financing conditions change, hopefully in the coming years. given the time, I would like to move swiftly on to the next panelist, who is Dong-Young Park, Economic Advisor at the ADB. This would be a video presentation in response to the question, how can governments of developing countries mobilize more fiscal resources to promote SDGs? So please play the video. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dong-Young Park from ADB's Research Department, and I will be talking about mobilizing taxes for sustainable development. A vital source of resources that will help developing countries meet sustainable development goals is domestic resources, in particular tax revenues. In developing Asia, tax revenues have not kept up with rapid economic growth, so a strategic challenge for the region is to mobilize more tax revenues. My presentation is based on the Asian Development Outlook 2022 theme chapter. The theme chapter is anchored by core research questions concerning the adequacy of tax revenues in the region, but more fundamentally, how can developing countries raise more revenues in a manner that best supports sustainable development goals? To motivate the focus on taxes, we begin by asking, what are the broad spending and fiscal challenges facing the region, and how was the region performing with tax mobilization before COVID and since COVID? Next, what is the potential to increase tax revenues, and what are the options for increasing tax revenues from primary taxes, in particular, broad-based consumption taxes, most notably value-added taxes, as well as corporate and personal income taxes. Going beyond those core taxes, what is the scope for environment-related and health taxes to generate more revenue while supporting other policy goals? Finally, how can informality be reduced to support tax mobilization, and what other reforms can governments implement to increase tax revenues, and how? These two charts show a clear positive relationship between taxes as percentage of GDP and fiscal spending that promotes sustainable development, namely education and health. The positive relationship between taxes and education and health spending is even stronger in developing Asia than in the rest of the world, as these two charts show. In developing Asia, tax revenues rose before COVID-19, but remain comparatively low. In particular, as the chart shows, tax revenues to GDP ratio is low not only compared to high-income OECD countries, but also Latin America and the Caribbean. Turning to the composition of tax revenues, the region is heavily reliant on consumption taxes, especially from value-added taxes or VAT, which is typically the single most important source of tax revenue for developing Asian countries. Revenue from corporate income taxes is also very important. This pattern is similar to other developing regions, but contrasts with high-income countries. Both the share of revenue and the amount of revenue that comes from personal income taxes is much lower in the region compared to high-income countries. Given that indirect taxes, especially VAT, tends to be less distortive, this pattern suggests that the region's tax mix is relatively efficient and supportive of economic growth. However, the tax mix is probably less progressive, especially compared with OECD countries. The ideal tax mix will depend on country priorities, and sometimes policymakers will face tough trade-offs between efficiency and equity. A further key consideration for developing countries is administrative simplicity. It is important to adopt a tailored approach reflecting country priorities and capacity in considering options to increase revenues. This figure shows tax effort, or the ratio of actual tax revenues to potential tax capacity. In general, tax effort is lower, and hence the potential to mobilize more tax revenues is greater in South Asia and Southeast Asia compared to East Asia. Tax expenditures or tax exemptions for specific purposes are widely used across developing Asia. These tax expenditures sacrifice revenues equal to about 14% of total tax revenues in the region. The value-added tax, or VAT, is a mainstay of tax revenues across developing Asia, but they must be better utilized. For example, as the chart shows, VAT rates in developing Asia are, on average, lower than in OECD and in Latin America and the Caribbean. VAT-C efficiency, or the ratio of actual VAT revenues to potential VAT revenues, steadily improved across developing Asia, but there is room for further improvement in many countries in the region. Personal income taxes and property taxes are underutilized in developing Asia, but they can support higher tax revenues as well as progressivity. One promising trend is that self-employment has steadily declined in developing Asia, which makes it easier to collect personal income taxes. Corporate income taxes are a major source of tax revenues for developing Asian countries. But tax competition and avoidance are main threats to corporate income tax. Multilateral initiatives can help address challenges to corporate income tax, and developing Asian countries are actively taking part in those multilateral initiatives. Environment-related taxes are expanding in the region, but they remain heavily underutilized. As the chart shows, carbon tax rates and carbon tax revenues are comparatively low in Asia. An important additional source of tax revenues is corrective health taxes, which can improve public health and raise tax revenues. However, as the chart shows, cigarette taxes in developing Asia remain significantly lower than in advanced economies. Strengthening tax administration is essential for tax mobilization, especially in developing countries. There is substantial scope for improving the digitalization of tax administration in developing Asia. For example, as the chart shows, the percentage of countries with electronic filings is lower in developing Asia than in OECD countries for corporate income tax, personal income tax, and value-added tax. At the end of the day, tax revenue collection depends on tax morale, or the willingness of companies and individuals to voluntarily pay taxes. The chart on the left shows that tax morale is lower in developing Asia than in OECD or Latin America. The chart on the right shows that tax morale can be improved by reducing corruption. Tax morale can also be improved by improving public services. Tax reform to mobilize additional tax revenues is difficult, but it is feasible. In developing Asia, there have been episodes of successful tax reforms which significantly increase tax revenues in countries as diverse as the PRC, Georgia, Maldives, and Nepal, among others. Of paramount importance for successful tax reform is strong political will and leadership. Reducing business registration costs can significantly reduce informality and boost tax revenues. Our policy simulations indicate that reducing business registration costs has a significant impact on both reducing informality and increasing tax revenues. Thank you for your kind attention, and for more information, please refer to the Asian Development Outlook 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dong-Yun. That was an excellent presentation. I think the issue of tax is clearly important. You mentioned the consumption tax being very important in the context of Asia, which obviously runs with the economic cycle. So it will be important that when we're in a period of economic upturn, that tax generated through this sort of avenue is efficiently spent, and you touched upon some of the important issues around improving efficiency there. We're now at the 4 o'clock mark in Tokyo, at least, which means there's 15 minutes left for this session. I would encourage participants, attendees, etc., to write the question that they might have in the Q&A box or in the chat. Panelists will deal with the questions via text. We will not have time for a live Q&A session given the time. We will now have the final round of this panel discussion, whereby I'll ask a question to each panelist, and they will have 5 minutes to respond to the question. So the first one goes to Joe, and the question is, how important is a collaborative approach to SDG financing? And that means across domestic and global finance providers and bodies. So please go ahead for 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, John. And as you've suggested, I mean, clearly, what we are thinking about within IFAD is an approach where this collaboration results in what I'm going to call the 4 Bs. The first one is bundling. The second one is blending. The third one is building. And the fourth one is benefit sharing. So what do I mean by that? IFAD is really located at the space where we are able to bring in financing from other sources. And so our program of work is really a multiplicative factor of 5:1 over and above what are called our core resources. And this is really a result of collaboration, right? So whether we want to think about, so the first part of it is really bundling resources and creating platforms that are able to not just bring in financing from other sources, but are also able to target investors that have different risk appetites. And this then brings us to thinking about blending. And I think Francis spoke about, how Uganda is doing this. So thinking about different risk appetites. One example that I want to give is an initiative that we've just taken to the board, which is called ARCAFIM, which is adaptation in 4 countries. And it's an adaptation platform in 4 countries across Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. And what that does is brings in financing from, say, bilateral funds like the Nordic Development Fund and the Finnish government, so bilateral funding, combines that with some of the key resources that IFAD brings in, but then also works with our partner on the ground, so Equity Bank, which is a large regional bank in East Africa, to essentially create a platform which is approximately $200 million to then on-lend onto to our target population on the ground. The benefit, but also the challenge of this is that when we create credit lines through these platforms, we're able to indicate and to create new markets that are, for example, green credit lines are very important, but also fairly new in many parts of these countries. When we are looking to understand as to how we can target vulnerable populations and are ensuring that we are going to women-headed households, for example, it becomes really important to put out these credit lines that have longer tenors, that have lower interest rates compared to market, and especially in today's macroeconomic situation, it becomes really important to try and provide lower interest rates to highly marginalized populations. Our target with indigenous and marginalized people are also reached because we are able to provide this kind of financing that brings in grant resources, but also brings in loans and also brings in equity investment, which is a key way of ensuring that we are reducing the overall or taking on the additional risk that is present in the many of these economies. So that's the bundling and the blending part. The third part is building. Again, Francis spoke about this. One of the key challenges that we've realized that is that many of the investors, whether they're commercial investors that are willing to invest at slightly below market rates, but really want to invest in green initiatives or really want to invest in initiatives that are helping to support adaptation or really want to support initiatives that are helping to increase biodiversity. So with the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund that has just been ratified by the GEF Council, we are one of the key implementing entities for the GEF. We have realized that there is a huge lack of bankable pipelines in many of the countries. And so global investors or commercial investors or even national or public development banks that want to come and be in this space find it very difficult to find pipelines of projects that are catering to some of the key objectives that they have. So building that pipeline of bankable projects essentially means that we are bringing in then resources that can help to create and develop, for example, many of the priorities that countries have. They have in the climate space, they have NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, they have NAPs, national adaptation plans. They also have now national food system transformation pathways. How do you convert those into bankable investment projects? And that requires investments in capacity of systems, of people, of the overall policy framework. And so that is something that we are really investing in to create this pipeline of bankable projects so that when we are working with the private sector actors as well, we are able to proffer to them some of these projects that are in our pipeline. One of the key challenges that was also brought up when the Biodiversity Framework Fund was set up, which is aiming to get to approximately several $billions, is to see as to whether there would be sufficient projects or investments that would be able to take this on. So it becomes really important to think about how we can bring in resources to bear upon creating this bankability. And the fourth one, which is really key also for IFAD, is benefit sharing. So building, bundling, bankability, and benefit sharing. And benefit sharing is really ensuring that as we invest, and this is also a kind of collaboration and partnership building, is to really ensure that the people that most invest in a lot of these public goods are the ones that are also benefiting from the investments that are coming on. We have seen with carbon markets, so that there is still this emphasis on, or an assumption that trickle down will occur, that, you know, that the revenues that are generated from carbon credits will somehow lead to increased welfare of the people that are investing in a lot of these carbon sequestering or adaptation related investments. But we know that the mechanisms for this are very, very small or scarce or almost non-existent. So the key part of this is really ensuring that, yes, we've got these mechanisms to share those benefits and revenues with the people that are most investing in it. And that's why I think, so the 4 Bs are really critical in terms of ensuring that we've got the right mechanisms and the collaborations to not just amplify our impact, but are also there to ensure that we are benefit sharing with the populations that are most investing in this. Thanks, John. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Joe. Very interesting comments, particularly on how we can improve progress on blended finance type arrangements, and, you know, bringing in different risk appetites and characteristics in order to achieve these types of outcomes. Now I will move to Francis for his intervention. May I just say that there are some questions in the Q&A box which panelists are invited to take a look at and answer if they're able to. Moving to Francis. So the question that I have for you is, what is the best strategy for financing SDGs in low-income countries, including on different types of development financing? So go ahead for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, some of the strategies really have been spoken to. I think Joe really brings out quite a number of good comments, points which I was really thinking I would have shared the same, especially when it comes to blending, building capacity of businesses and so forth. But I'll speak to one of the key areas that we probably all need to pay attention to. One is it's really exploiting technological advancements. Technology is becoming very important in reaching out, one, to the underserved segments of communities. And I'll give an example of fintechs and agritechs that we started using as Uganda Development Bank in Uganda to reach out to VSLs, farmers in their small, they'll be able to support. And this is one of the tools that can be used. And I don't know whether you can hear me again, John. I see here a signal that my internet is unstable.
It's fine, no problem.
Great. Yeah, fintechs exploiting technology. We work with local innovators. They've come up with technological tools, call them fintechs. Some are playing in the agriculture sector. And we found that if, say, one wanted credit or even support with $1,000 US, this is small money for a bank to deploy credit officers, to deploy M&E officers to go on the ground to monitor the project and appraise it and so forth. But you realize with a fintech, you can do that at minimal cost, very minimal. And it has opened up this whole opportunity, especially for developing countries where you have more than 70% of their labor force in agriculture or in SMEs. So that's one tool that I think we need to pay attention to, especially when it comes to reaching out to the underserved in communities and financing SDGs. The second point I wanted to speak to is what we call program-based financing. There's, again, I think it came from Joe, speaking of agri-food systems. We need, I think, to move from silo sort of approach and siloed financing, because, again, research has showed that if you take a package of interventions, it works better than just one single intervention. Speaking of, for example, agriculture, if you give people fertilizers and you didn't give them improved seed, you didn't give them extension, you don't give them finances or credit, the impact will be minimal. Now, we have introduced something we call program-based financing in Uganda, where we either call it value chain, and you look at end-to-end of the entire value chain. You bring together different stakeholders so that when you support market access or overproduction that can't find a market, we support. We do it a lot now at the bank, that before we support a processor, someone or an off-taker, we look at the producers around them. If we can organize them in groups and also provide them support and engage them, train them, then it enhances production, but also you're ensured of sustainable supply of raw materials for this processor. You are also you're ensuring the sustainability of the entire value chain. Capacity utilization of that plant will be high, and operational gains definitely, efficiency gains and other gains will be achieved. And then we look at the entire end up to the end market, the distribution chain, post-harvest handling for farmers, but also from the off-taker or processor. Now we find that these value chain one invest in mitigation practices, you could go to the aggregator. And then you find this aggregator.
1 minute left.
Yes. So as I summarize, I think program-based, I've talked of fintechs, then capacity building, I can't emphasize that, it's been spoken to, and then building local capacities to raise, for example, the tax to GDP ratio to enhance structure transformation. I think this way we build a local capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Francis. I think you pointed to a number of important factors, including the exploitation of technology, capacity building, and enhancing value chains, which can also, leads to greater efficiency with regard to spending, and can also encourage private sector involvement in these types of schemes, which is obviously what we want in the current environment. We now have, well, actually, we're right at the allotted time, but we have one more intervention, which will be by Dong-Young Park. And this will also be a video intervention in response to the question, can you elaborate on ADB's approach to the SDGs, including on financing? So please play the video, which should last around 5 minutes. Again, let me just say that if you have questions, put them in the Q&A box and panelists will try to answer them to the best of their ability, if appropriate. And after this intervention by Dong-Young, I will wrap up for 1 minute. So please play the video. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dong-Young Park of the Asian Development Bank, and let me briefly introduce ADB's approach to the Sustainable Development Goals. ADB is making major contributions to SDGs in developing Asia in a number of different areas. This slide shows that ADB's developing member countries are taking proactive steps to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. For instance, 37 developing member countries have already conducted voluntary national reviews on Sustainable Development Goal progress. There are 5 channels through which ADB supports Sustainable Development Goals through its Strategy 2030. First, direct financing to member countries and the private sector. Second, aligning ADB strategy, plans, and operations with the SDGs. Third, mobilizing finance for the SDGs. Fourth, SDG-related knowledge, capacity building, and dialogue. And last but not least, partnerships. As this slide clearly shows, ADB's 7 operational priorities under its Strategy 2030 are closely linked to Sustainable Development Goals, and they are designed to help member countries achieve Sustainable Development Goals. For example, operational priority number 1, addressing remaining poverty and reducing inequalities, is linked to 5 Sustainable Development Goals. As this slide clearly shows, many ADB operations under Strategy 2030 are linked to SDGs, both cross-cutting thematic SDGs, such as number 5, gender equality, as well as sector-based SDGs, such as number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Below are some example results of ADB operations that helped its member countries achieve Sustainable Development Goals. For instance, more than 263 million people benefited from improved health services, education services, and social protection. Furthermore, almost 4,400,000 poor and vulnerable people saw their standards of living improve. And 66 social protection schemes were established or improved. ADB is also contributing actively to the financing for the SDGs. This slide shows some examples of ADB's contributions toward financing for the SDGs. ADB is partnering other international organizations such as UNESCAP and UNDP to promote Sustainable Development Goals in the Asia-Pacific region. Here are some products of our collaboration with other international organizations. Last, but definitely not least, ADB is actively producing various knowledge products for Sustainable Development Goals with a focus on developing Asia. Here are some examples of ADB's SDG-related knowledge products.
Okay, that's the video? Okay. We've come to the end of this panel session, so thank you very much to all of the panelists who have provided great insights into this important issue on financing. I'm not going to spend too much time on summing up, given that we're already gone past the allotted time for this session. I would like to just highlight 3 main points I think that we could take away from this session. First one is on coming up to the midway point in the SDGs. We have faced a number of external challenges, notably the pandemic, geopolitical tensions, which have somewhat derailed progress towards the SDGs, one might say. Another school of thought would be that it has actually accelerated our commitments to achieving the SDGs going forward. So I think during the panel discussion, we talked around a number of issues which can help to achieve the materialization of those goals and closing the financing gap. One important issue is around additionality of expenditure and enhancing efficiency. A part of that will include leveraging the private sector, and this will be a key factor going forward for the second half of the SDG plan. Another important point, as was just discussed by Dongal in his second intervention, relates to economies of scale and the importance of partnership and a collaborative approach to financing. Dongal highlighted some of the ADB initiatives, for example, but I think that effective partnership will be important going forward, and that was obviously a key theme running through the panel. I will stop talking now, given that we have really gone past the time. And finally, I would just like to once again thank all of the panelists. I thank the attendees and participants for the questions and those questions that were answered by panelists. Much appreciated. And I will now hand the floor over to Dean Sonobe, who will provide closing remarks for this year's ADBI Annual Conference. So over to you, Dean Sonobe. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, John. Thank you very much, all the participants. Oh, it's a really long but very, very productive and interesting 3 days. So the day before yesterday, when we started the conference, I said in my opening remarks, only 15% of the SDGs measurable targets are on track to be achieved by 2030. Nearly half are off track, and over 1/3 have yet to progress or have regressed below the 2015 baseline. So as John MacArthur said in his keynote speech, however, asking whether or not the targets will be achieved by 2030 is not the only test of success. Other tests include whether or not progress has accelerated since 2015, and whether or not the situation has improved since 2015. On many issues, the situation looks better now than in 2015. Unfortunately, food insecurity and undernourishment have become worse, together with some other, targets. One might attribute this kind of failure to be keeping on track to the Russia-Ukraine war, and say we are just unlucky. But the peace itself is part of SDGs. So it was, I think it was good that our conference has included a session on geopolitics and the conflicts, especially an excellent presentation by Michele Di Maio on the impact of this war, in addition to the other excellent sessions. This morning, Lant Pritchett said in his keynote speech that compared with the MDGs, the SDGs are broader and focus more on how to achieve economic, social, and environmental prosperity, and reflect more the desires of the low and middle income countries to achieve national development rather than just alleviating some smaller specific problems. So Land's comparison between the MDGs and the SDGs suggests that the progress has accelerated since 2015. So although the progress the world has made in the SDG first half is not on track regarding many targets, it seems faster, the progress seems faster as a whole than before, and the situation is overall better than before. While the keynote speeches are more about the overall tendency, the paper presentations were more about the variations of SDGs progress among countries. The uneven SDG progress strongly suggests that the efforts must be country-specific and context-specific, and that global standards may not be relevant to many countries. This point was also highlighted in the panel discussion on the SDGs in fragile states, least developed countries, and small island developing states. Such countries seems to need preferential terms in getting financing, for example. Yesterday, Alice Evans made it very clear that historically and comparatively, East Asia overtook South Asia in gender equality because East Asia economic development was accompanied by much greater job creation for females than the equally or more rapid economic development in South Asia has been. So the great reduction in communication costs and transportation costs, as well as tariff and non-tariff trade barriers, helped global value chains flourish. Oh, sorry. But it could worsen. So the global value chains, growth could worsen gender inequality, as might again, the presentation demonstrated. So likewise, although educating girls is broadly positive for the welfare of the next generation, as another presentation yesterday illustrated, the result could be, could depend on the extent to which job creation increases with education. So it depends on the context and the situation in the country or kind of initial state. So, and then scientific and technological breakthroughs have a lot of potential, but also carry significant risks of widening existing gaps between rich and poor countries. So it's very, very delicate. And then, so when it comes to deep-rooted issues like norms, historical legacies, and democracy, and so those things really matter a lot for SDG progress. So as these things are slow-moving, they should be part of the context. So politics and conflict also matter a lot. So also luck seems to play an important role. So then, okay, let me, okay, because of time constraint, okay, let me go to this comment. So according to Emma Eisbeth, geopolitics and geoeconomics are influencing green economy collaboration. The US and its allies are forming their own networks. Also, the BRICS countries are forming their own networks. To achieve SDGs, these camps need to be connected, and the smaller countries that are only tangentially connected to be included, to be more included. So according to ADB's Satoru Yamadera, the challenge faced by Asian countries is that the highest emitting sectors need the most finance to transition to lower emissions. But the incoming disclosure standards provide an incentive for financial institutions to not to fund these sectors. So the risk is that these sectors will remain high emitting and could not get funding for transition. This is where ADB and the other MDBs and the regional bond markets could play an important role. And the common findings from this session on climate action is that sharing knowledge among countries is very important and a very important first step. And also in that session, Wasim Ahmad's observation was interesting. He presented evidence in India that firms that provide financial donations to political parties adhere less to environmental compliance regulations. However, having political party members in the board of these firms will improve adherence. So this finding seems to echo the suggestion that Rand Pritchett gave us earlier, that non-financial pressure can be effective. And then we had the climate finance session just now. So we had a nice panel discussion on this issue, together with the partnership issues. And then as Charles Kenny and all participants or panelists agreed, bridging SDG financing gap is critically important, and big roles need to be played by domestic resource mobilization, MDG reforms, and capital adequacy framework review, blended finance, and other innovative finance. At the same time, it's also important to improve productivity in both private and public sectors, including development workers, including myself, and in education and other efforts for human capital development, among others. So this includes increases in preparedness, as Francis Mueshige just said. So productivity improvement in broad sense needs evaluation, which in turn needs data analysis and more granular data and big data. So it follows that economists are expected by global communities to play a central role in achieving SDGs. And also, economists are expected to do a good job in connecting or bridging SDG actions and climate actions by finding more and more linkages or nexuses between the two. So over the last 3 days, we have together produced an enormous amount of knowledge, very policy relevant knowledge. So this is a great joint achievement. So I'd like to congratulate all speakers and participants. Thank you very much. And it's really significant that we have had such a high quality research presentations and excellent panel discussions together with so many active participants toward the end of this year, marking the midway point of the 2030 agenda. ADBI organizing team, led by Daniel Suryadharma, will merge the knowledge created by you into a book. Every year, ADBI has published a book based on the discussion at the previous year's annual conference. The book will usually come in October. So maybe we will have a new book next October and then celebrate ourselves again. And then finally, as I said the day before yesterday, ADBI has hosted the Think 7 and proposed the Reignite the 2030 agenda. So I'm very happy to learn a lot of things, lots of progress in knowledge after we produced Think 7 Japan communique about 7 months ago. And then now we need to digest the lots of learning we have had for the last 3 days. And I think the same applies to you, all of you. And then we will have a very nice Christmas and holiday seasons. And then we will have, more and more interesting and useful events next year. And see you there next year. Thank you very much. So this is the end of this year's ADBI Annual Conference. Thank you very much again. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.